Hello, everybody. My name is Bruce, and tonight we are taking a night off of movie talk. We might talk about movies in any way, but I've got my friend Chris, who plays Steen, in my Saturday
Hello.
game.
What's going on?
Oh, not much. I am having a great day. Uh, Janet is out with family,
Yeah.
supposedly with a member of the family that's never been on the new Texas Giant. One of my favorite things in the world is roller coasters. I don't have the money to pursue that hobby the way I want to, which is getting sunburn every weekend and riding them. But that's definitely one of the things I want to do here in San Antonio is go ride the Iron Cova or the Iron Rattler. And she's over in Dallas with the new Texas Giant and her family.
Nice.
It's Nation Kings. Hello, sir. How are you?
I definitely wouldn't want to this week.
Not down here.
No, like 100 all week, or at least for the next 10 days, full sun, no rain. It hasn't rained since I moved down here.
You stopped it. You've ceased our reign.
That's what it sounds like.
In fact, I need to go grab my old porn outfit for Chief Alinawek. Don't ask. And I need to do a rain dance. That's a lie because I was never. I'm not 2% Indian. Like who's that lady? The United States senator that she's claiming. Yeah. Her.
Oh, the 164th
Yes.
Native American? Yeah, I can't remember her name. She's useless.
Mosquito bite hits her. Sucks all of it. It's gone.
Sunburns like a ginger. Yeah.
She comes out of San Antonio and she looks more fucking Irish than most Irish people. Just beet red. Her skin's like this fucking drink. Marion, he says, please send some rain north to us dry bastards in Illinois. Yeah, Liz Warren, 6 Nation, 31 Kings. You guys all knew who I was talking about when I said fake Indian senator.
It's pretty sad that that's the main thing you're known for.
So tonight's main achievement will be getting a couple figures complete and put onto the tray of average, or for other people it might be excellence. I do my average paint jobs. I just need it to look good for the table. That's it.
I try to do detail. I'm just not that great.
And if any of the chat would like to swing in tonight.
Yeah, it can't just be my voice. I'm fucking boring. Come on now.
Not just you, me too.
See, it's your channel. That's not a good sign.
Well, that would explain greatly as to why I am still stuck at 1100 after 13 years. Like, Bruce, a brick could be more interesting. So,
yeah, at least you try.
I mean, there's a couple things in politics. There's one thing in particular, man, I got to talk about it. Anybody wants in, doors open, StreamYard link is right there. I was showing Chris this shit. So, Frankenstein and the bumbler, the sniffer, got together. And I love how this starts off.
And now I'm standing next to the president again, next to a collapsed bridge here. And
I'm not sorry about that at all. I'm standing next to a collapsed bridge here. That's the entire administration by one idiot savant.
You think he's president because he comes up with the worst ones like God Save the Queen?
That was classic. Like, how could he not be tried for treason now? Babylon B.
Insanity plea, obviously.
Yeah. The Babylon B came out with this piece of fire. Tongues of fire come to rest on Biden and John Fetterman as they speak in unknown languages. Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
It's just amazing. That's all it is.
Camarian says, "You don't need me to talk about stupid stuff. I'm a rambling idiot." Kai, you're getting more requested to be available, so I'm just going to pass that word along. Fill up your channel, my friend. You've got a lot of ideas that's spilling into my Discord, and it's really good ideas. I know this sounds like a layman to all of you out there, but I want you, if you're on my Discord, I want you to go to the channel, the sub channel for Chimerian. Start yourself at the beginning, and you're going to find a guy that he's been involved with gaming for decades. And this is like the premier thing to read when you're out of ideas, or if you're at a game store and there's just somebody there that you don't like and you want to start a new conversation. You can hijack a Chimerian rant out of this channel and just go for it. And I think you're going to have a lot of people want to get involved. Hey, there's a third member. Hello, the Crafting Gamer. How are you tonight?
Hello.
Sorry it took me so long. I forgot my camera wasn't plugged in. I was trying to figure out why it wasn't working.
That happens. It's okay.
Hey, check it out, Bruce.
What you got?
That is a 3D printed handle for miniatures. It's a very
Nice.
simple one. You just use a little bit of double-sided tape for the miniatures. And you see this because I also 3D printed some barrels that I'm going to practice some rust paint on.
Nice. What kind of printer do you have?
An FDM. But it goes to a 0.05 millimeter per layer.
That's good. Is that a Elegoo? Is that a
Prusa?
Create?
So it's a little more expensive, but I've considered it worth it because I got into I bought my Prusa with absolutely no knowledge of 3D printings, and despite my best efforts, I have yet to break it. And I mean by that because I've done a couple dumb things to it.
And Dungeon Master James, he's asking, where's Connell been? Connell's home. He popped on for a little bit on Thursday, and he had his own show on Sunday. So he should be doing things again. He was in Tennessee at a Gamfa Weapons fight club. I didn't mean to step over you there, Crafting Gamer and Chris. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Oh,
no,
okay. I was done talking.
My first FDM was a Mega X. What company was that? Can't remember the manufacturer, but it had some pretty bad jerk issues. Like even if you turned it down, it still moved tables.
Wow. Yeah. Anybody who's painting and complaining about what I'm about to do, A, this is the paint I have, and B, this is just a 3D print, which is I'm using non-model paints to print my model.
You're good.
First off, whenever I started going to the Broken Artist store, let me turn my fan down a little bit. Okay, when I started going to the Broken Artist store, I picked up a bunch of these Van Goghs. And I don't know if you're familiar with Van Gogh. I thought you were at first. These aren't bad. If you're looking for some different browns or different yellows, they've got like a good spectrum, but their browns and yellows made my inner Quake fan very happy. So I just am going to say that this Van Gogh, they're not expensive. They're a little bit more than Reaper MSPs, but these are fantastic for doing large numbers of troops, which next week I'll start working on these guys. And for those of you that recognize these, I have about 3 boxes of Two Towers figurines. Ooh, Chris, nice dragon.
So, yeah, this is the 2nd edition Bronze Dragon. In the monster manual, they don't have as much color to them, so I'm kind of going a later edition colors added to it. But the 3D printed model is from Thingiverse. I'll actually search that up real quick and send that to you, Bruce, to share that if you want.
Throw that to me on Discord, Chris, and that way I can push it into the chat for our friends that have the means to do it. I recommend Thingiverse. It is a fantastic website filled with stuff.
Free shit.
And you can find just about anything on there. Trust me.
Yeah. There you go, Bruce.
Like literally the rock-headed dildos. And it even says that. The rock dildo or the rock doll or whatever the heck you want to say. It was... I have not printed one, but it was hilarious. Oh! I don't suppose Bowsette's somewhere in the chat.
She's been bitching that I have not been showing up. And by the way, this guy, Dungeon Master James, if he's available to be on stream with us, I'd love it if he was here, because he is another multi-painter, and I mean multi-painter because the guy does amazing work. And somebody will look at his hands and be like, "Oh my God, how does he do that?" Well, no, he's just got a lot of years of practice. When you get older, some things start to fade, and if you've got like exposure to certain chemicals or stuff, you're going to have like the shakes or whatever. So just understand that. But this guy's excessively talented. So, I mean, I'm going to put DM James's YouTube link into the chat, because the guy is still criminally undersubbed. He's not at 10,000 subscribers yet. One of my favorite people. Actually, he usually is running the stream before me and Janet get on. And I've been known to pop on there real quick, say a few kind words, and just look at his stuff that he's working on, because he does river trolls like nobody's business right now. Also, for those of you that want to play Oathmark, talk to DM James. Oh, wait, puppy.
Yeah, their mouse heard something out the window.
You have 4 dogs, Chris.
I know. Here's what I finished the other day. The 2nd edition Red Dragons, from the similar link from before that Bruce just shared.
All right. Yeah. Ooh, that's cool. Oh yeah, but anyway, the reason why I was asking about Bowsette, because I found a 3D print I want to show.
Do it.
Yeah.
Master James says, finish the river trolls and 6 stone trolls.
Share screen. Share screen. There we go.
And James just threw you a link in StreamYard. If you're able to pop on with us.
What the hell? Yeah, there's a lot like that on there.
Well, it's also huge. I downloaded it because I figured it'd be a great practice model for painting because it's got skin, it's got a lot of different colors. Like, you know, when I went to check it out, though, it literally just barely fits on my Prusa Mini, and I mean, it 1 centimeter taller, and she's too big.
Nice.
So, and when I've she's also got all those different parts. I have to put her on what is it? I have to give her supports.
Yeah.
All those supports are going to cost me a half a spool of filament.
Oh crap! How big is that thing?
My Prusa is 7 inches by 7 inches by 7 inches, and she just barely fits height wise, and she takes up about 3/4 of the build plate.
Okay.
Hey, it's DM and James.
Hello.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Too shabby.
Chris, wants you to meet one of my internet friends. This is DM James, and I know that said internet friends, but he might be living closer someday, like Kentucky to Texas.
Well, yeah, the wife and I plan to retire back up to Kentucky when she's done with her career.
Just stay away from Louisville right now. It's kind of a mess.
Oh, yeah, it's always is. Louisville is not a good place. Lexington's okay though. I mean, my mother was a U of K alma mater, so that's where she went. But I've been putting together a lot of Games Workshop this week. I've got 80 Dark Elves done. I went with 2 blocks of 20 Spearmen and then 4 blocks of 10 repeating crossbowmen. But I don't know if I'll actually use these guys for Old World or if I'll just use them with Oathmark.
Okay, I haven't read a whole lot about Old World. What's Old World?
Their Games Workshop is supposedly bringing the Old World back, so Warhammer Fantasy Battles. But the information available has been kind of all over the place. Like the other day, Justin was telling me that they plan on charging Forge World prices. And if that's true, then they can count me out.
It would be cheaper to buy a team of 3D printers and resin to keep them going 24/7 than to buy it at the Forge World prices.
Yeah. I have an Elegoo Mars 2 Pro, and I absolutely love it. Like on the Discord, when I posted the pictures of the team from the Predator movie, those were done on the Elegoo 2, and I think I got them off of Thingiverse.
So I started with the original Elegoo Mars that they completely discontinued, and you can't get replacement parts out of it. So I ended up getting a Neptune, Saturn Ice.
Yeah, if I can ever get a focus in. Sometimes when I put my finger on their head, they'll focus in better. But
I'd focus if you.
Well, let's give it the middle finger.
There he is.
Yeah.
He's a sexual tyrannosaurus. The figure, he's even got like you can tell he's got a chaw on.
Hell yeah.
Now, I have no idea what I would ever use those for, but I saw them, I think, on Thingiverse, and I was like, oh, yeah. I'm printing me up a couple of sets of those. But Yeah. If they're going to try and charge me $180 for 10 Bretonians, they're just going to have to pound sand. I'd either print them out myself, or I will just buy Perry miniatures.
Have you ever heard of Loot Studios?
I have not, sir.
I
They're
have,
a
but I
good
haven't looked into them.
they're a good little 3D printer company that, well, not 3D printer, but they do stuff for guys with 3D printers.
Oh, nice.
So like if you want new STLs, they have STLs. They have like an entire theme of stuff they'll put out in a month, and like they'll do river trolls, they'll do like docks, they have a few pirate ships, and like you can make an entire part of your house turn into a diorama themed on one specific thing, and you can make it so insanely cool. But you're gonna think like, I just spent $2,000 on resin to print all this out.
Sounds legit.
Sounds great.
Mhm.
Multi Gunman, how you doing, sir? Hey, LDG Free the Net, how have you been, sir? Prometheus for all.
Oh, to anybody who's watch, I don't think anybody on the panel will complain, but anybody in the mostly in the chat who sees me, this is my very first time attempting to paint minis.
Welcome to our
Bruce
club.
gets to see it live on camera. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, you said something and I interrupted you.
Oh no, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm not giving away any classified secrets or things. We'll be discussing that on Saturday as the party gets dismantled by fire giants.
Joy. Definitely get to test Stian's resistances here.
Oh, speaking of such games, I got invited to play a game of Pathfinder on Discord, and the guy asked, "Well, since this is your first time playing that, how would I make the character for you?" I'm like, "That's totally fine." He asked what I wanted to play. I was like, "I like support classes." It's like, "Okay, how about an alchemist? You don't see those too often." "Sure, I'll play an alchemist." He starts listing off the creatures. He goes, gnome, something else, goblin. As soon as he said goblin, that was it. Alchemist, goblin. I'm running around calling myself Professor Chaos, and I'm going to be throwing explosive potions.
Okay. God damn
That
it,
sounds
brother.
like fun.
I'm running Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and I'm running the group through the Enemy Within campaign, and that's been pretty fun stuff.
I used to have 4 parts of that during second edition, and I don't know if they completed it or if they ever finished making it for the United States, or if they ever finished it. That the first 2 parts of it was amazing. The third part got really drawn out,
Right.
if I remember right, and the fourth kind of returned it back to the awesome form it was. But the Enemy Within was one of my absolute favorite campaigns I've ever ran. We just never finished it.
It's so wild too, because I'm so used to running like AD&D or something like that, and I'm generally into sandbox games, but now I'm running a pre-written campaign, but the players are loving it. Everybody's having a good time. I think a wake-up call was when Hungar's character charged up at a mutant. They were taking a coach from Ubersreich to Altdorf, and they came across the band of mutants that had attacked our coach and was eating the people in it. And so Hungar, my brother, his character, who is a fence, as in a person who sells stolen goods, he charged up at the boss of the mutant gang and got one shot.
Like, got destroyed by this guy.
he has a wound that he still has to deal with. The guy didn't kill him, but he did a flints to his arm. And apparently a flints is when the sword goes in and then scrapes along the bone so that you have like a flap of meat hanging out. So then he had to go see a doctor, and she stitched him up. But if he takes any damage to his left arm for the next month, there's a good chance the stitches will break and he'll start bleeding again.
Now, is that something that you arbitrarily just kind of came up with a ruling with in some narrative, or is that something that is a ruling because that's how the critical hit resolved?
That's how the critical hit resolved.
Holy shit. Chris, be happy I'm not running Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay.
It sounds fun.
It's a lot of fun, but it's addictive. And then after about the 5th or 6th character, a lot of players are like, all right, this was great. Let's go back to D&D where I can like get 10th level and beyond.
We'll see how it goes with this group. Right now, they're loving it, but what your experience could be true as well, you know, after they've been, you know, mutilated and driven insane and corrupted by dark gods. They might decide they'd rather just go back to AD&D.
The Decatur group I had, there was a split in that group. One of them loved the rule cyclopedia game I ran, which was basic D&D.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other group wanted me to get rid of basic D&D and just run Warhammer FRP, because at the time I was still pretty fresh on most of my European accents.
Mm.
And so, I mean, I could pretty much mimic an accent and sound somewhat convincing, to the point where people were saying, you really need to go to this theater and put an audition in.
Become a voice actor.
I'd rather be a voice actor than a theater actor every day.
Mm-hmm.
I show up to work in a spandex G-string, and yeah, it's in my spare room, and I just sit at the microphone.
Yeah, like the dude that does the voice for Bender.
Yeah.
You know, he's made quite a bunch of money, and he doesn't even have to show up to the office, man.
Frank Welker is the 3rd highest grossing actor of his time, since he has been in the business of Hollywood and Tinseltown. He has made more money than everybody but 2 other people.
Is he a voice actor?
Frank Welker? Yes.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Okay. Frank Welker was the voice of Megatron. He was the voice of a lot of the characters on the Dungeons and Dragons television show. He was part of the Marvel Sunbow group that did G.I. Joe, Gem, and Humanoids, Robotics, Transformers back in the 80s. And he's just an amazing individual when it comes to talent. When he describes what he was doing with Megatron, he says, I was just kind of messing around, and I got my voice to start doing 5 or 6 things at once. And you can hear the layering of him organically twisting his vocal cords to get that before they even get him in the booth.
Right.
And he was on everything. He did Scooby-Doo. He did everything from Scooby-Doo's original run to today. They're still asking him to come and do things. Or just sit in your booth in your house and just give us here's the script, and here's a pile of money.
Yeah, I can't imagine anything that would be cooler than them just sending you a script and being like, okay, record these lines, send it back, and and that's it. That's all. You know.
Like, I screwed up somewhere. I could have been doing that.
And then you could put your Pathfinder game online and got other voice actors to help you. And
I really like the group I've got now. They've lasted for 3 years.
right.
And most of them have played for the past 6 years.
I'm just happy I've kept staying alive this long.
I think the guy who did Bender also did the dog in Finn. What is it? Adventure Time. Yeah, I think he did the dog.
If
Now that
anybody,
you mention it, they do sound pretty similar.
if anybody's in the chat and they want to check that out, Legion of
I'm gonna
Myth
have a
says Bruce's voiceover game would be Critical Troll.
Yeah. Well, I'm a huge fan of trolls. So.
I'm not going to lie. There are some times where I will turn on a Critical Role episode and just try to listen and see if I can enjoy myself listening to them play. And I can't. I'm lucky enough to where I know when they're ending, so I can tune in because they do have a good soundtrack for their end credits.
I remember like a long, long time ago, I owned a Zoom. I don't know if you remember those, but I owned a Zoom. And I used to record Critical Role. This would be like their first or second season. I think they're playing Pathfinder.
Yep.
And when I would be out, this is when I worked as a plumber. So I'd be out like putting down some kind of main or something, and I'd just have that, and I'd listen to it, and it wasn't that bad, you know. It was all right. It just seemed like a bunch of goobers playing a game, you know.
Their first season's good
at all. I think Matt Mercer, if I could have done what he done, I absolutely would have. There's no envy or whatever in my heart for those guys. I mean, 5E's just not for me, but I'm glad they're doing their thing. I mean, you know.
Well, actually, I'm interested in their own system. I did buy the campaign world for Tal'Darai, and for normal people that have never played a game before, it's probably going to be the sliced bread they're looking for. But for me, it was way too boring compared to Greyhawk and Forgotten Realms, and it doesn't hold a candle to Frog God Games' world. So I don't recommend Tal'Darai or the Critical Role campaign set for people that have been playing a game for longer than 3 years. But if you're new to the game, go ahead and get it, especially if you like Critical Role, because it does have a lot of history there. So if that's what you're into, yeah, get it.
Well, in that world, isn't there like some kind of light or something that if you can like expose evil humanoids to it, it can make them good?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, I guess. I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about it. I don't watch it though, because I rarely watch actual plays. Occasionally I put yours on in the background while I'm painting, but generally I don't like actual plays. And I only watch yours because I'm kind of hoping you'll PK them all.
Nope.
I know.
I
I
think
don't know, I almost got that tiger that one time.
What time you almost get me?
It was a little while back. The tiger I was sure was dead.
Mostly dead.
You played the druid?
Yeah, I played the tiger. When did I almost die? I know that beholder took a lot out of me. I think it was the second beholder. No, the first beholder that we fought that I grappled, and then it's like, no, you're not holding on to me anymore. Stop it. I know at that point I almost went down like one shot, but
Yeah, I don't know how beholders work in Pathfinder. It's been so long since I've looked at. Do they have disintegration beams and stuff?
so Bruce, from what I understand, he brings them into the game because their beholders are kind of a copyright D&D thing.
Right.
I don't think they actually have a Pathfinder alternative.
In Frog God Games' world, they use the stats from the Tome of Horrors. I believe it's Tome of Horrors Complete.
I didn't even know Frog Life Games had a world.
Oh,
Their world is really good. They've got a lot of good history in it. The hexes are huge, so if you just like small games that don't really do like a lot of world altering bullshit, like we're trying to get to lunch next week. That's it. If you're just doing that, like you'll be happy. If you're doing things to where you want to campaign against elder gods and like fight Orcus, there's all of that too. And they've got probably 1,700 pages of campaigns, 2 campaigns worth against Orcus in and of itself. So if you are an old grognard that loves to fight Orcus, they've got a world for you.
Yeah, I know they used to make, and I assume they still make really good, like classic style adventures.
Uh-huh.
I
Chris
picked
is
a lot of the Goodman Games stuff. I have like all of their Lankmar stuff.
I haven't got the Lankmar stuff from Goodman Games, but I was not a big Lankmar guy back in the 2nd edition time. Although I have read some Liber since then, and I could see where a lot of that stuff would make for a fun campaign. I had the box set for Lankmar. They had the orange box for Lankmar in 2nd edition, and they had some other stuff, but it wasn't really heavily supported. I think Lorraine Williams was just kind of rolling her eyes when they were trying to debut this stuff out, and she's like, "Come on, let's get to the Buck Rogers stuff."
Mm-hmm.
For those of you that don't know, you should know, but there was a lady, an evil witch that ran TSR, and she forced the players and the gamers to not play test their stuff before they published it for 2nd edition. And so pretty much everything got pushed out that had the D&D label on it was never really vetted, was never really tested, which is why the 3rd book of Night Below is a real bummer, because it's a hack if you like hacks, but it's not a good hack. It's poorly orchestrated, and you've got to do a lot of work to fix Night Below. But they never play tested anything that was Dungeons and Dragons. She hated people playing on the clock. She forbade it. Hey, Cigar DM. And then she was related to the people who created Buck Rogers, and because of that, she focused a lot of TSR assets and resources to a franchise that had no television series going on, no cartoon going on, maybe a older set of maybe they had an older set of comics still in play, but I don't remember back in 88, 89 if they had that. I'd like to welcome our friend Connell or Andrew. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Connell.
Hey, what you all up to?
Oh, Connell's pulling
Greetings,
a
Connell.
big
Sorry, I
shot.
forgot to greet you earlier, James. A little distracted.
Look at
It's
the
all
puppy.
right. Oh, puppy.
So, are you doing, Connell? Are you going all J. Scott Garrity on us?
No, I am at my future wife's daughter's softball game, and her current husband is here as well. So I'm sitting in the car watching the game.
Oh,
So that sounds like fun drama.
That does not sound fun at all.
It's all right.
that just hurt my head.
I promised the daughter that I'd make it to each and every one of her softball games, and I'm not going to break that promise just because her shithead of a father happens to be here.
Donald, as long as you're doing that in Illinois and not Texas, your safety's almost guaranteed.
Or Florida.
Man, Florida has it.
31 King says, I'm looking forward to the Fire Giant shit show next session. So am
Yeah.
I guess I am too, because I will be at that game.
Fire Giants are badass.
Which is fucking hilarious because my campaign's on Monday that I'm get to play in. We're having to deal with Fire Giants as well. I'm like, wow, double dipping here. Was that the Thunder King, Thunder Lord, whatever, some 5e module giants in it?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when they put out the giant module.
I wanted to like
funny you showed up because I was just like a little while ago. I was asking Bruce. I was like, "Where the hell's Connell at? I haven't seen him in a long time."
Connell's been occupied with things. I had my oh my god! So I had a camp out, my camping out in the woods, as Bruce would say, my pretending I'm homeless weekend.
Nice.
I had that in Indiana.
Uh,
Rockville, Indiana.
Indiana.
Didn't they used to do that in Tennessee, though?
They still do it in Tennessee. It's just this one was 2 hours and 45-minute drive compared to the other one's like almost an 8-hour drive.
Right.
Rockville is one of small little town in Indiana. It's nice. It has covered bridges, which is also cool. Kind of made me feel like, one of the Baldwins when I'm driving through the bridge. I had a complete Beetlejuice moment.
Better than the Alex.
Covered bridges. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say when I think covered bridges, I think Ichabod Crane.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I completely understand. I've been to Sleepy Hollow, New York.
Yeah.
I have a picture somewhere to prove it.
You were talking about having a Baldwin moment, and I thought you were going to shoot the camera cinematographer.
Oh, no. They'd be like, hey, Dustin, hold my phone really quick. No, boy, am I rusty.
Thinking about the drama you were saying. So basically, you're dating this chick, but she's still married to a dude.
No, we're not dating.
They're separated. So he showed up because of the kid.
We're not dating.
Sounds to me like your ass needs Odin or something.
Is this the coffee addict?
No, this is not the flat earther either.
She was cute in you're gonna have a crazy time once you get bored of that and want to scrape off to something better. She's gonna turn into a stage 7 clinger.
It's Illinois. She could become our governor. That's all right. You got Georgia has a flat earther somewhere in their government planning right now, so that's funny.
It's so weird too because people have literally been on the moon and looked down at the Earth and know that.
I get it. Oh man, the flat earther is a ball. She also doesn't believe in dinosaurs.
I have heard certain people say they think that dinosaur bones are put into the ground to fool people.
I don't know why, but it says that I'm having a hard time not showing a statement. Insert name here says, we're not dating. I'm just putting it in her.
Oh, we're not even doing that. It's complicated. But if it's not complicated, it's not fun, right?
I disagree, sir.
Man, I like regular and boring. I'll take regular and boring for 17, Alex.
Exactly.
I have found, I've been tested, and I have found that I am a psychosexual. Crazier the better.
I saw that video.
Okay, there's a crazy hot matrix there,
Yep.
and it absolutely means that you should probably seek help.
I'm good. I mean, this is also the same guy that me and him have already been to court because of each other.
What?
I mean, this is also.
The plot thickens.
Oh, this happened a while ago. I didn't tell you guys.
I don't know.
Oh God, I'll wait for after we're offline. I don't think anybody needs to know this much nonsense about my dating life
Right.
or lack of. No. No, I made a promise, and I'll be damned if I don't keep my word.
I respect that.
As far as I'm concerned, the girl needs all the moral support she can get these days, so I'm going to give it to her.
Especially if she's in public school.
When you're dating somebody new, lady has great piece of advice here. Always go to her bathroom and check the medicine cabinet and see what type of wild ride you're in for. Say again?
Sorry, it's kind of tough to hear you for a second.
Okay. I was saying, lady says, look in the medicine cabinet and see what type of wild ride you're in for.
He is not wrong.
No.
Oh no, I don't know. It's a beautiful day in Illinois. It was in the 90s degrees. I was outside playing around with my bow. I got like 3 or 4 hours worth of archery practice done, which killed my arm.
For a second, I thought you were going to say, "Oh no, I already rated that."
Oh, her cabinets? Yeah. Wow.
I was dating this really hot girl once, and I looked in her medicine cabinet, and it had lithium. Take 3 times a day.
Oh,
I
wow.
was like, uh-oh.
You said 3 times a day?
Yeah, it's like however many milligrams once in the morning and then once in the noon.
We got a pro streamer question here from Flady1. Question: how do you guys get your webcam centered? My place is small. It's driving me nuts that I'm appearing to always looking to the sides at the monitors.
I fudge it. I do the best I can and just make it, like, for example, my camera is actually cockeyed so I can hide some of my shed because I don't actually have enough of my back curtain here to actually hide the mess I am living in. So I just kind of fudge it and make it look as good as I can.
Fuck, I think I went to school with that girl.
I
Oh,
just do
shit.
the no fucks given theory.
Yeah, same here.
Mine is a Logitech whatever, so I can actually just move it wherever I want. So
Yeah.
like I could show you, hey, check out those Crimson Paladins and all those goblins and stuff I need to do something with at some point.
Do you have one of those?
I had a Traveler Scout ship just hanging out.
Do you have one of those
I just painted this.
arms attached to the table?
What?
Is it an arm attached to a table, or is it just kind of a tripod thing?
Yeah, it's the second. It's just this metallic shelf that my daughter gave me, and I was like, I'll cram it in the corner of the table there. And then it's metal, so since I magnetize everything, I just start sticking stuff to it.
No, I was wondering if you're going to do a show tonight there, DM James. So I figured since I'm sitting in my car, I come watch you. But I see Bruce is doing his thing. Like, Bruce will let me in.
Well, I did actually do a show. It started
You
at
did.
7 and it went until maybe 8:30.
8:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should be gaming right now, but like three of the six people are like, well, we got family things to do, or I'm going on vacation. So I'm like, no game.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say you missed a lot. The show was pretty good. We had a lot of good guys on, but all we did was talk about Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay and why my group seems to like it so much more than they did any version of D&D.
I like Warhammer Fantasy. I also really starting to like Robotech. Yeah, Robotech.
Yeah, Max keeps telling me that I need to read this freaking Palladium Fantasy book I own, but
Whew.
I haven't done it yet. I bought it though because I was watching his stream and one of the dudes that worked for Palladium or whatever was on. He's like, "Hey, you know the second edition book's on sale right now," and I went and it was. So I was like, "Yeah, all right, you know, I'll get it." And I haven't even like thumbed through it. But he assures me if I like skill-based systems, I would probably like it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the shit was called. I mean, it kind of looked like the robot from RoboCop. I know that's not much of a description, but it had a long rifle on top of its head and two barrels for where its arm is, and it was kind of had the hind leg, front leg nonsense.
It
It's
almost
fun.
sounds like a behemoth from Baltec
Yeah.
It could have been.
or Stone Rhino. Did they finally fix Robotech?
I was playing with this friend of mine, Russell, and his friend Jess, his son Jess, and because they're father and son, first thing they did is go at each other. So I got into the highest place I could, which was like 3 dice high, and I just aimed down because no matter where they were on the map, I could shoot them and just had fun with it, and try not to overheat my ship, which was like 32. I couldn't go past 32 points or something like that.
Chimerian's got a bunch of different mechs there: Tomahawk, Monster, Officer Battle Pod, Defender X.
Yeah, it could have been a Marauder,
Yeah, I'm thinking
but it
Marauder.
sounds more like a Stone Rhino. But I'm just basing that on pure intuition.
I don't know. To be completely honest, I will ask them next time I'm over there. On the sheet, it says give your mech a name. I named it. Shit happens.
It does.
I just
Sometimes.
shit. Oh,
Oh yeah,
So-
that Forrest Gump reference.
Yeah.
yeah.
If I drop out because we're having a tremendous thunderstorm right now,
Nice.
it's not because I hate you or anyone has.
People can see me boasting, right?
Do what?
I said people can see me boasting, right? Connell mentioned
No.
Robotech.
Oh,
Oh, come on. Where am I sharing my screen?
Oh shit, my bad.
Come on, Bruce.
Oh, I didn't know you had to do something too.
Yeah, I've
yeah. One job, Bruce. Just one.
Right. Okay. Where is Gamer?
Oh. I am no longer mad at Amazon Prime.
Show me what you were looking at there, Crafting Gamer. It's on your desktop.
Yeah.
Well, why
how
were
is
you
sharing?
mad at Amazon Prime?
Well,
Well, it already it says I'm already sharing.
Ring of Power kind of pissed me off. I have no skin into the wheel at times, but that pissed off a few of my buddies. But I got bored and drunk, and I was looking on Prime to see if there was anything worth watching. I came across Jack Ryan, not former congressman of Illinois, but the old Tom
There we
Clancy
go.
book,
Let's stop
TV
sharing for a
series,
moment. Then try this again.
and the show's actually
Sorry.
really fucking good.
I like the first season. The second season sucked.
It's just it's a slow burn.
Go
Well,
for
hey,
it,
cool.
Crafting Gamer.
I'm sorry, what?
So no.
Let's see here.
Here we go.
Okay.
It's showing your screen, so now show me what you got.
Show me what you're working with.
Show me what you
All right.
got.
It worked first time, but it ain't working this time very well.
Sounds like
Oh,
Oh,
marriage.
that's because I'm using the wrong thing. Crud.
Definitely sounds like marriage.
See, it's showing fire. I have to change the thing I'm showing. Crud. I'm still
I
getting
could
used to
hold
sorry.
this up and ask Connell, did it look like this, Connell?
Yeah, actually, yes, it did.
Well, that's a Marauder.
Yeah, I got to play one of those.
But in Robotech, they would be called
There we
Zentradi
go.
Commander Pods or something.
It was fun. I mean, somebody basically asked me, "Would you be willing to play this again?" I'm like, hell yeah!
Yeah, I just remembered I happen to have one on the desk that painted money green. Because there's a character in Battletech called the Bounty Hunter,
Yeah.
and he paints his mech money green.
Well, he's 3D printing him. He's 3D printing a small little army for me to paint, and I told him not to, and he's going to do it anyways. And I'm like, well, I'm going to make them.
Friend.
What? Oh yeah,
Sounds like a good friend.
he is. He's
Okay,
he's Lutheran, but I won't hold that against him.
Here we go.
Did I succeed this time, Bruce?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
he's
did.
Lutheran.
Okay.
Ooh.
Robotech, and it's, well, I forget what they called those, but they're Phoenix.
That's
Hawks
a
in
Veritech fighter.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Battletech,
I
they're
actually
called
have
Phoenix
all the
Hawks.
Robotech books.
Crazy.
I got a couple.
I mean, some people really like Robotech. I
dug it for what it was worth.
I was always
Yeah.
a Battletech guy.
Oh,
I
second
don't know
guys.
why.
I was a big fan of the series they had on afternoons after school. CBK Plies had us up for a while, and he's asking best website fantasy miniatures, modern miniatures. CBK Ply, my question for you is this: do you want self print, or do you want to just purchase from say Heresy or Reaper or
Where's
Games
kids?
Workshop?
Or are you
But
looking to
just
actually
looking
3D print them
for
yourself?
STLs,
Yeah.
Thingiverse, My Mini Factory. Those are pretty awesome if you want STLs. You can find anything there, like literally anything. That's where I get most of my stuff. I started buying My Mini Factory videos or STLs early on because I had a horrible time figuring out how to support my models. But now I can, that I know how to properly do support. But they helped me out back in the day when I was all like, I don't know what I'm doing, and everything sucks.
I barely ever know what I'm doing. I just kind of say fuck it.
Yeah, so yeah.
To
My mini
clarify,
packages are pretty good.
he's asking what's the best website to go to for miniatures. CBK Ply, I would recommend 3 sites. I would recommend Mantic Games. I would recommend Reaper Miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not because I'm a Texan or a Texan now, but that's because they put out good product, good quality stuff. Especially their new Reaper Black.
Yeah, the Reaper Black stuff is badass.
Yeah, you get some amazing detail. This is one of their dwarves they've got, and this guy is just waiting to get painted.
Mexican's picture?
What?
Show off the picture?
Where did I throw that dwarf at? Okay, well here's another Reaper Bone Black fig.
No, I mean for your camera, make it bigger so he can actually see.
Bigger. Damn.
So this is a either frost or fire giant. It all depends what you want to paint it up as. The only negative is that when they sit in the case, they do tend. So I will have to probably warm that up a bit and straighten that out, but that's not a problem. This is one of the new figures they've got out, and I've started painting on it. This is a henchman, a female porter.
That's from that box.
Yes. They have an entire series of figures for like hirelings and henchmen, and it's like 39 or 40 bucks. And this is a great way to get those NPCs in your party. I would recommend this every day of the week.
Do you know what works for me to straighten miniatures out, because I deal with a lot of resins, is a hair dryer.
I was thinking hair dryer and a toothpick, just lining it up with a toothpick and hair warming up.
Well, once you get it hot with the hair dryer, which generally ain't gonna burn you up, you just straighten it out and hold it where you want it to be until it cools off. And like one of my resin swords on one of my Terminators was bent all to hell, and I just hit it with the hair dryer until it got soft, and then held it straight, and it cooled down, and now it's perfect. So,
do you do like a straight resin, or do you self mix?
well, unfortunately, remember when I was saying I'll never buy a Forge World?
Okay.
I'm a liar.
I saw that coming.
I bought the Forge World. They call them the Crimson Paladins for the Blood Angels. They're the Horus Heresy specific Blood Angel Terminators. And one of them had a bent sword. So I learned when I bought a bunch of resin assault cannons for my Horus Heresy Terminators. And you use the hairdryer to heat up the ammo strip, and then you can actually bend it however you want to attach it from the weapon to the ammo pack.
Oh my!
So, yeah, I kind of went a little nuts on my Horus Heresy army.
I think I just saw my next baby mama.
Fresh off my 3D printer.
No, your 3D printer next won't be my next baby mama.
Yeah, one of the first things I did when I got my Elgu Mars 2 is I printed up probably 400 or 500 BattleTech figures.
Damn.
Yeah. Can't see it very well. They're covered in support material. I'll show them a little better once I break them free.
But
one is a.
The thing is, if you go on My Mini Factory, there's a guy who actually for free gives away all of the BattleTech figures, but they're the ones from the MechWarrior Online game. Apparently, he went into the game and downloaded the art assets and then converted those over somehow. So, they're good looking figures, and even on a Mars 2, I can generally get 10 of them on one build plate. And the Mars 2 is so awesome, man, because it'll print, depending on how you do it, you'll print a build plate out in 2.5 hours.
Sounds about right.
Whereas the Mars 1, which was the first one I got, man, to print out that same thing would take 8 hours.
Oh, I know it. That's what I had. That was my first 3D printer.
Yeah. It just took forever to print anything out, but it was so exciting for me that I was my brother bought it for me, and I was just like, holy cow, this is the best thing ever.
Screw it, I'll wait.
Yeah, man. The only negative though is when you wait 8 hours to print some big thing out and it comes out all jacked up. And you're like, oh, that's a waste of 8 hours.
And filament, depending on how big the thing is.
Well, mine's resin.
Oh, that's probably even worse then.
Yeah.
I've never worked with a resin printer.
Oh,
but my research suggests it's a little worse to lose that much resin.
They, especially since I use the water rinsable resin, so it's a
Oh
little bit
yeah.
more expensive. But if you want miniatures that are like Games Workshop quality, you can get that with a good resin.
Yeah.
But if you want to build giant ass buildings, you need a filament printer.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I
I
intend to get
can't
a.
imagine trying to do like a building. Like I've got some 3D printed buildings here that I've painted, like this one. These are filament, and if I were to try and do something like this in resin, even if I made it hollow with like 3mm walls, it would be such a pain in the ass, and I'd have to do it like in parts and
Yeah.
try and glue it together. It's just not worth it. But
And
filament's
sometimes
really-
warping is
Ply,
an issue.
CBK Ply, the three miniature companies again were Reaper Miniatures, Mantic Games, and Hearsay Miniatures. Hearsay Miniatures are really good. They used to have pig orcs, I think. I forget what was the name of the company that used to have pig orcs as their featured line. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, back in 82, 83, 84, TSR got a hold of some stills of Return of the Jedi, and they started doing all the art for the orcs with pig faces because they saw the Gamorrean guards, and they're like, "That's cool."
Well, I know Otherworld Miniatures does pig-faced orcs, but they're out of Britain and they're very expensive.
Yeah.
Unless you catch them on sale. Every now and then he does a sale, and then they're very affordable. But if you don't catch them on sale, he charges you like $5 or $6 per model.
That's a bit rich.
Right.
I'm sorry. I don't have
A
money
bunch
for that.
of elves I'm putting together right now cost about the same as Reaper models. 10 for $30.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, for Games Workshop, yeah. But
You know, I don't say this very often, but I might be a little bit of an idiot.
you don't say that enough.
Hey.
Actually, the response should be, "What'd you do this time?"
It's not what I'm doing this time, it's what I'm doing right now.
You're
even in
putting
Chicago,
yourself
they
in.
put you in jail for that.
You realize in Illinois, if you cause somebody to get divorced, the offended party can take you to court and
Yeah.
sue you for the financial loss to their income by taking away their spouse, right?
Well,
That's a thing
can't.
in a lot of states.
Right. That's fair. That's a fair statement, but you can't make a rock bleed.
You got a house,
Yeah.
right?
I have an apartment.
Yeah.
All my money goes to my daughter for the most part.
Been there, done that.
I have no complaints.
Me
Took my
neither.
daughter out. You know how it's Father's Day. You know the parents supposed to, the child's supposed to take the child out for that day. Now we went to go see that new Disney movie.
I'm sorry. You saw
Eh.
Elemental?
Yeah. Compared to the other two movies I saw this month, that was the best one.
I've heard it's been a major flop, but I haven't watched
Yeah.
it, so I don't know.
It's not hitting. Well, it's not hitting any of the woke agenda's high points, I guess.
Which one?
Elemental.
Oh.
I just heard that it wasn't very good.
It's a Romeo and Juliet story.
Right.
I mean, saw Transformers, Rise of the Beast. That was interesting.
Was it?
Yeah. Saw the Flash movie. The only reason why I saw the Flash movie is because Michael Keaton was playing Batman.
Right.
Still not worth helping fund a fucking kidnapping groomer.
Yeah.
That guy. Yeah, no, I agree.
How that dude keeps getting jobs is kind of weird.
He must be really good on his knees.
It's Hollywood.
It's the same reason why the same loser Democrats keep getting elected in Illinois and New York. I've got a record of 1-36, but you're going to vote for me again.
I just wish our governor, our congressmen would end up like our governors. And if
For a
you know,
while
you
there-
know.
For the longest while, Illinois had 4 governors that were serving time simultaneously.
Oh, I remember when that one guy from Detroit had to go to jail. Jamal something.
Yeah.
That was funny.
The speaker, I think the speaker of the House for Illinois House of Representatives, Jesse Jackson's kid.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of gave up on Illinois politics. I mean, the most time I ever paid attention to is the school board, just because
You got
somebody
kids.
needs to. I homeschool it, but at the same time, somebody needs to be paying attention to what the hell they're doing with with the school board.
Well, the thing is that you're losing a lot of money to everything you're doing there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you could be involved with the school board and slap their hand and rub their faces in shit when they make bad decisions, that'd be good for you and your neighbors.
Yeah, I got some people pushing it on me. I just don't know if I really want to do it. My biggest concern is my mouth. To be completely honest, I can just imagine something's getting through the board and it hits me just the wrong way, and there goes Connell and his mouthpiece.
You'll be fine. Just tell them you're Islamic.
Yeah, just say you're an Islamic suffering from Tourette's disease.
Yeah. Oh my God! So I'm like watching the softball game before I hopped on here, and there was a propane commercial, and I just was mimicking it the entire time with Hank Hill.
Yep.
I thought you said cocaine, not propane.
No, that's
propane and
no propane and propane. No, cocaine will be the next one-shot module I'll do for the table breakers.
that would be
Cocaine
kind of
bear.
hilarious. The adventurers are in the middle of a forest, and they're attacked by a bear that's super freaked out on some kind of thing.
Right. Well, you're halfway there. It will be something freaking out. It won't be a bear, but it will be an owl bear.
And well, yeah, that makes it more D&D.
Yeah, and it's called
Any world needs.
right, Escape from Alcatraz.
That is clever.
Well, as much as I'd like to take the credit for myself, that was Omen Owl. Me and him were name working, and he came up with that. I'm like, oh, that's brilliant.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen him in a couple weeks. I hope he's doing good.
I saw him earlier
He was
on.
Max's show Friday.
He was on Max's show today.
He was also on Shadow's show last night.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I saw that.
They were arguing about good and evil and stuff.
Good for
I get
evil.
no kicks from Champagne. I actually did a video where I sung that.
How's the line? For evil exists, all it takes for good men to step aside.
Yeah. Well, that's when they were having the big thing with the space chimpanzees. Yeah, so I did a video and it had a Hadozi on it, and I just sang "I Get No Kick from Champagne."
You know, I'm playing one of those in one of my Monday's campaign, and the DM's like, so how are you gonna play? I'm like, I'm Jar Jar Binks. I will be talking like Jar Jar Binks, and I'm an escaped slave.
That's kind of super racist.
I don't care anymore.
I don't think that's super racist. I think that's an engaging character.
Of course you do.
He's an escaped slave of a noted race of slaves. There's no other way to play that. What's your name? Jim. Just Jim?
Yeah.
Call me Hadozi Jim.
All right, I'm playing the hell out of it.
Oh man.
Call me.
Yeah.
Mister. Now I'm looking for the right place. I'm looking for a port to be at, Mister. Yeah, it's fun. You can't say
Yeah.
I'm doing something because I'm a monkey.
Well, I mean,
And
I think I would have played it like the guy from Blazing Saddles.
oh, yeah, that's brilliant.
That's where I get no kick from champagne. Came from.
Champagne, yeah. I don't.
When they're like, sing us one of those slave songs, and dude starts singing, I get no kick from champagne. No, not one of those. Man, that movie.
If we were on Rumble, we could
Streaming
just
on
quote the
Prime
movie.
right now, I think, or is it Max?
Flady's like, I would ban you from the store and table for that mess.
Dude, I work at a shop. Granted, I don't do that at the shop because my boss likes customers, but I would allow it.
Yeah, see, Six Nations remembers that Yakubian technology in full effect.
Man, I got in trouble this past weekend for assuming that somebody, and I called it, and I was right, but I got in trouble for saying somebody was on the spectrum. It's like, you can't say somebody's on the spectrum. I'm like, okay. You're being insensitive. Like, okay.
I'm on the spectrum and I don't give a shit.
Yeah, neither did my oldest stepson Laszlo turned 21, and no one took him out for his beer, for his birthday, and it was this past November. So I'm like, fuck this, and it was a Friday, and like, fuck this. I'm taking my son out for his first beer. He made me very proud. He drank the shot of whiskey like a man. But unfortunately, 2 beers did him in. But it's okay. He's young. He's young.
Oh, a shot of brown liquor. I've been looking for a fight.
Oh man, his beer choice is Yingling.
Oh, good kid.
Good choice.
I was all kinds of proud of him.
Yingling is the best beer.
Yingling and Honey Brown. But no, he's 21. He's can't say Aspergian anymore. You have to say autistic, which is fine. Whatever. I'll play the game. And
it's so weird though when you talk about who's on the spectrum and who ain't on the spectrum. I mean, we're probably all on the spectrum somewhere.
Oh, I think they're putting ADHD and ADD on the spectrum. So if that's the case, I'm on the spectrum. But no, I got my ass chewed out, and I was getting in the middle of my chew. I'm like, and I very calmly was like, "Do you know this guy? I'll apologize if I upsetted him or offended him." He's like, "No, but it's wrong." Then I'm like, "Then fuck off."
Yeah, get out here, Karen.
And yeah, I got yelled at. Then that was probably the end of it.
That's because you live in Illinois.
Oh, this was in Indiana.
Same difference.
It really is.
People don't run around just randomly yelling at people in Florida.
It's a good way to get shot in certain parts of Florida.
That's what I'm saying.
If given a choice, I'd probably move back down to South Florida. Then again, I don't know. I might get round up and be put in a center of some type.
What?
You one of those guys that likes.
What are you talking about?
Well, this is the land of DeSantis. You're going to jail, son. Not any jail. You're going to a special camp jail. No Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you can tell somebody's been listening to freaking MSNBC.
No, I was actually Fox kind of went after him momentarily. I was watching Fox, and I'm like, that's fun.
Listen, Fox News is not. They're not a Republican bastion that you think they are. They're going to get rid of Jesse Waters here pretty soon, I think, because he's going in that same tub of ideas that Tucker Carlson was before Tucker got told you can't broadcast anymore, and that's the Uniparty channel. CNN is the Beltway channel. The Uniparty channel, you're gonna see fucking Mitt Romney come on TV between now and voting day, and he's gonna tell you who to vote for. Mitt fucking Romney, the most boring guy in politics. This is the motherfucker that Walmart puts in the fucking photos in the frames when you buy your shit from Walmart for new frames because your wife or girlfriend says, "I want new pictures in the hallway." Well, you got to pull fucking Mitt Romney's photo out of the fucking picture frame first.
Who?
Really? You're saying he's boring? I always thought Al Gore was a snore.
Mitt Romney is the most boring man in politics. He is the younger, cleaner version of cocaine Mitch McConnell.
Who I despise, even though he's from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. How he keeps getting elected, I have no idea.
I was wondering that myself. Come on.
I see Mitch and I look at him and I'm like, any moment, one of these days, he's just going to troll the shit out of me. He's going to start doing this. To
me, he looks like a turtle.
Yeah, he's going to make that sound, and I'm going to be like, I knew it. It was him.
Like the buzzard in the old cartoon.
Yes.
Yeah. How he keeps getting elected, I don't know. He's a scumbag.
I mean, between him and you got fucking Fetterman, who's now going to be elected until the day that they can't prove that he's alive. Because they'll wheel him out like fucking Christopher Pike and the goddamn, excuse my French, it'll be in the Christopher Pike, but he's looking more and more like, who is the mathematician that died on Pi Day? Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking.
He's going to be like Stephen Hawking wheeled out in the Christopher Pike chair, and they're just going to like play a recording of him skipping because he's a robot that doesn't know the programming, and he's a collapsed bridge person, and the fucking Babylon Bee hit it right. Flame tongues engulf the heads of Biden and Fetterman as they begin to speak in an unknown language.
I actually now I can't think of anything except for that episode where they wheeled Christopher Pike out.
Yeah. The menagerie.
Dun, 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 dun. Hell yeah, and Spock was his boy, and Spock helped him do some shit to get him back to that world.
I love the menagerie. That's one of my favorite episodes. I think that's probably the most daring stories that they ever told to Star Trek.
Wasn't that the pilot?
It is.
It was, yeah. Yeah. And Pike got all jacked up, but then they got him back to that planet, and on that planet, he thought he was all like still, healthy, and he thought that the one woman was super beautiful. So
they wheel her out, and she's like Diane Feinstein now.
Yeah.
Got like she's got the California raisin face.
But it didn't matter because seeing is believing.
I don't know. I spent like a half an hour. I don't know where. I was just in a weird mood, and I was defending the sound of music. No, not the sound of music. Sound of the South.
The sound of music.
Song of the South.
Yeah, I was defending that show.
Briar Rabbit and Briar Baby.
Yeah. Well, I have a friend up here. His last name is Fox, and I was trying to convince him that Briar is a great name, and he was not getting the reference until his wife came up and smacked me in the back of the head.
He probably understood it just fine, but he has to listen to the wife and then take her opinion. And now,
I don't know. That movie is buried so far deep. You have to look for it to understand it.
That movie is amazing, but because we live in a society, we can't have that movie. Well, China will sell it to you on DVD.
Oh, I have a copy.
The myth. I know. The Menagerie was a reissue of the pilot. It was all the footage from the pilot.
Just be happy. I know there was something to do with the pilot. I've never been a Trek fan. You want to talk Trek? Talk to Jade.
Fuck, I'll bring
Star Trek
Chimerian's in a
continues
Robotech
is
and
pretty
Battletech
good.
mode, so we're gonna have to bring if we bring in Chimerian, we got to bring in Max from Legion of Myth, and those two are gonna fence all day about fucking Michael Stackpole novels and the various lore of Battletech and Mech Warrior and where Mech Warrior 3 fucked up and how Mech Commander 2 was actually the better storyline.
My favorite was when Kai was in a stream and Max went off about how orcs are evil no matter what, and Kai just quit.
Oh yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, that's one way to handle it.
Kai's like, I'm done. I'm not even. I'm not in the mood for this shit. He's out.
I was actually thinking. I saw the Max was reviewing a video on players something earlier. Shauner did a video, then Max reviewed it, and for shits and giggles, I was just going to review it and say, not really add anything to it, just have some fun with it.
Yeah, it'd be like you'll have to spin the top to see where you are. Like, I mean? That's like, but me and Shauner did that. He did one of my videos, and I did one on the same. I did a video on him doing a video on my video. So it was getting like Inception levels of weird.
That's like fourth wall breaking, that's like 16 wall break.
Right.
I
And I don't even remember what we were talking about because Shauner and I get along great.
I like Shauner. I really do.
Yeah, he's an easy guy to like. The problem I think a lot of people have with Shauner is they can't tell when he's joking. And he's joking most of the time.
He's very dry.
To be fair, there's a way that we end most of Bruce's Saturday's games, but it's in good spirit.
Is it though?
If Shauner says anything, you have to look at his eyes.
Right.
If his eyes are a little squinty and sparkly looking, he's fucking with you. He's joking. But people don't get that. They don't understand that the dude, he's been around like 10 years. He's one of the true OGs of YouTube.
Jesus.
This account he's on now is like his second account. His first account had like 20,000 followers. And when the RPG Brigade fell apart, he deleted his shit.
Surprised YouTube didn't send him one of those silver plaques.
I think you need 100,000 for that.
Well, I plan on never getting one.
So
Right.
what's his deal with Skyrim then and obsessing over it?
Well,
He loves Skyrim.
I'm going to throw the link in the chat if Shauner wants to get on here.
Is Shauner in the chat?
Shauner's in the chat.
There's Shauner, yeah. That's the thing. People get mad at Shauner when he's joking. They don't understand that a lot of times he's just joking.
Yeah. If you
also
want to talk about that, because
See, there was a time 10, 15 years ago when YouTube was really new, right? If you wanted to know anything about Traveler, and this was before Mongoose Traveler even existed, the only people, there was like 2 people who talked about Traveler, and Shauner was one of them. So that's how I encountered him a decade ago, maybe. It's been a long time.
yeah, he's one of the OGs for Traveler for certain.
I like I like Traveler. I like Traveler for what it was. It'd be
What it
I
was,
would
one of the best Wi-Fi systems ever made.
no. We on Table Breakers show was going to run it, and he ran it for 4 hours, a 2-hour session each. And I'm like, if there was just more time on the table, I thought I'd enjoy it more.
Take
Catch
care of
you
yourself,
later,
Shauner.
Shauner.
We'll see you again.
He's making a
Because-
long ass. That's the other thing too. If you ever want to talk to Shauner, just mention his name.
Beetlejuice.
I've noticed that anytime I've been live streaming, if I wanted Shauner I'd just say his name and he would show up.
Yeah, I don't understand how that is, but he's got his shit rigged to where that happens.
He's got some California shit going on over there.
Pamela Anderson.
Is she
Sure.
That
still
reminds
up?
me of
Shit
the
set
joke
up.
I heard.
What?
That reminds me of the joke that I heard when I was a younger man, where there's little Billy that he gets home, and he's kind of excited to get home because he's able to play his Nintendo. As he goes by mom's room, he sees mom is naked on the bed, touching herself. I need a man. I need a man. I need a man. And he doesn't know what he's thinking of. He doesn't know anything what's going on with her, but he goes to his bedroom and he closes the door to play Ghosts and Goblins. And he has a good time. Well, on Tuesday, little Billy gets off the school bus and he runs home because he wants to play more Ghosts and Goblins. And he runs by the hallway and mom's door is open again. And once more, she's laying on the bed, stark naked. I need a man. I need a man. I need a man. She's just touching herself, all sorts of stuff. And then he doesn't care. He closes his door and he's going to finally beat the first go round on Ghosts and Goblins, he thinks. Well, on Wednesday, he gets home and he runs upstairs, runs down the hallway, and he hears something. He hears two people in mom's room, and he sees the mailman uniform in the hallway, and there's the mailman with mom. And immediately, little Billy forgets about Ghosts and Goblins. He strips down all of his clothes. He doesn't even close the door, and he's like, "I want a bike. I want a bike. I want a bike."
Come on.
So that kind of ties into the Shawner thing where I want to talk to Shawner, and like it's kind of like the archive in the Dresden universe. I write down the things I need to say to the archive, and she appears.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, shit, Shawner is about the same damn way, except that if you need to talk to him, you just say, "Shawner, let's talk."
Yeah.
And there you go. I've noticed that as well, but I've not been on my channel. I thought he had blocked me for a while, but apparently he's unblocked a lot of people, which is good because now we can have a conversation someday in the future. But
Well, I mean, Shawner has, and I can't speak for Shawner. I can just say that he has his own thoughts about who he should be spending time with. And if you don't have your own channel and produce content, then he has his own thoughts on that. And I'm going to leave it at that. But if you're a decent person and you're making content and you're doing stuff, then he's awesome,
I try being an all right person. I always describe myself. Somebody's like, "You're a good person." I know, really, I'm just an okay person.
I'm all right.
I'm all right. I have that scene from Firefly.
I'm kind of okay.
I'm kind of that scene from Firefly keeps running through my head. I'm kind of all right.
Poking the guy with the saber.
I like the I don't know, for you Trek fans out there though, there's on YouTube you can watch Star Trek Continues.
Yes.
And it
The
was
fuck is
actually really good.
I love Star Trek Continues. I think that's better than anything Trek has done since probably Enterprise ended.
Yeah, it's really
Enterprise
good.
was interesting.
Hey, for the first time on my channel, we're going to welcome our friend Flady1 Gaming. Hello, sir.
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
Hey,
Hey, what's up, homie?
Have a name for a face now.
no shit.
But yeah, I mean, Enterprise was good. They just didn't support it very well.
They failed on Enterprise.
They tried in the 7 of 9 the Vulcan make her more sexier than she. I'm saying that she's not a pretty woman. I'm just saying. Well, if we put tight clothes on her like we did 7 of 9, it's going to sell, right?
It didn't help out the ratings. I don't know why. In the long run, the show really stands up pretty well, I think.
All right,
Yeah.
they got. Oh man, the last episode of not Voyager, the last episode of Enterprise, where Riker and Troy,
Yep.
you see show up in the background. You find out the entire thing was one great big history holodeck scene. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's lazy writing. It was all a dream.
Come on, you can do it.
So Connell, technically what you're doing right now could be considered stalking.
No, because the mom knows I'm here and the daughter knows I'm here, which then they're both okay with me being here.
Just wait for the
So
lights
it's
to show up
stalking,
in the
but you have
background.
permission.
What?
So it's stalking with permission.
Yeah, well, it's not stalking. Stalking's when they don't know you're there. Both the mom and the daughter knows I'm here.
I haven't seen you in so long. I thought you
And now
just
the
quit
police
the
know.
internet.
No, I've just been busy. Monday I game from like 6 to 10 most Mondays. So your main show I'm busy for. I had guys go on vacation on me, so I'm like, hey, I got Monday free. Then Tuesday, I really don't do anything. Wednesday, of course, gatekeepers if I'm not playing D&D or WotC 3.5, depends on who you talk to.
Right.
Then Thursday, table breakers, and Friday, Warhammer Fantasy.
Nice. Look at you. Yeah, I'm doing Warhammer.
Thank you,
Fantasy.
CBK Fly. And answer your question, Flady1 Gaming. There's about 5 seconds or so, 7 seconds from StreamYard to YouTube. But if you say something on here, if you drop a bomb, I cannot stop it.
No, I'm not planning on doing that.
You're good. You're good. This is a free speech zone, and I'm still surprised that YouTube hasn't taken me down for something that was said on my stream last Saturday.
Yeah, me too.
I wasn't there, not my fault.
No.
Was it Janet?
I said it, and I
Oh.
didn't really give a shit about it. I'm like, you know what? I used to live in a part of Peoria, Illinois that Richard Pryor used to live in, and Sam Kinison used to go street preach over there. I think I can get away with one slip up. I'm not trying to say that I'm a protected class like they are, but I think I can drop this N-bomb.
Did you no, you're from this area. You know you heard of Downtown Willie, right?
Yeah.
If anybody gets a statue next, it should be Downtown Willie because he was a city.
He's an icon.
He's an icon.
So
Statue of
Diablo 4 is good. Go ahead.
I was about to say, statue should be of a middle-aged, slightly homeless-looking black man with a live plant on his head. That's what the statue should look like.
Well, fellas, I'm going to bed.
All right.
Good night.
James,
Nice meeting you.
Good to meet a lot of you guys, and happy painting. And I'm glad you're still alive, Connell.
Yeah, for the time being. You know, the husband could find out I'm here.
Yeah, but like Bruce said, you're in Chicago, so you're all right.
Close
If you're in
enough.
downtown Orlando, then you never know. We're a constitutional carry state now.
Shit, if I was downtown Orlando, I have a stogie in my mouth right now.
Yeah, there's some really good cigar stores downtown. But all that said, Bruce, thank you for letting me on. I appreciate it, bro.
Dude, anytime you want on, unless I've got something else going on where like I gotta have the panel,
Right.
You're welcome anytime, my friend.
And the same right back at you, bro. I'll catch you later.
You have a
See you,
great night,
brother.
man. Bless you, bud.
Later.
See ya.
See you guys.
Love the shirt.
Oh, yeah. I've got the other one. It's got like the star, and it's got like the dude, the working class looking dude with a hammer, just beating the shit out of the star. But anyway, let me figure out. Okay, there it is. I'll catch you guys later.
For those of you that don't know, James's channel is right there in the chat. If you don't have a subscription to the guy and you want to hear the mindset of a guy that's been around for a few years, has played a lot of editions of the game, DM James is a hell of a guy. He's a great friend. He's also Hungar's brother, so if you think they kind of look alike, you're right. But those two are a hoot together. One of these days, I want to get Hungar and James on a channel on a chat with Janet and Sandra, Janet's sister. Yeah. I just want to get those four on the same channel, and I'll just drop out
That's a little much
Marriage.
for everyone.
Marriage is what brings us together today.
Are they doing another end or is the game over? Oh, they're doing another end. Okay.
Yeah, I like Diablo 1's dungeon generator. I thought that was really well done.
Yes.
They did a fantastic job with that game.
So
And
Diablo 3, yeah.
Go ahead.
Diablo 3, I was kind of playing, and somebody's like, jump in and play. I'm like, I don't know this game. Don't worry about it. You'll make it work. He opens up a door, and he's like, we have to go out here really quick. Next thing I know, I'm killing My Little Ponies. I'm like, I'm hooked.
That was that secret cloud board, wasn't it?
It might have been. I don't know.
I've never played Diablo 3. I stopped at Diablo 2.
Same.
It was Diablo.
Diablo 3, but
go ahead.
I was gonna say Diablo 3 was good, but it wasn't as good as 2. I never played 1. I wanted to though. I've been trying to find a copy to play.
They don't have it for sale anymore?
Well, I haven't gone looking on Steam stuff like Steam because I don't like giving my card account out to places I don't know very well.
Steam account also.
Sorry.
I was about to say you could buy prepaid Steam card where they don't get your card, they get the prepaid card.
I don't know. I'd have to look, but I don't know if I can buy those locally.
They sell them
at
Walgreens, Piggly Wigglies, Walgreens, CVS's, and HEB.
I think I've seen them at Walmart next to the porn.
Yeah. Hell, I've seen them at Kroger's if you have a local Kroger's.
Most of America has a Kroger's.
But hey, I'm gonna jump out, guys.
Are the lights
It was a
behind
pleasure to talk. No, not yet. Give it time. It was a pleasure talking to all you guys. I gotta go talk to a man about some plumbing. I'll see you, Bruce, on Thursday.
That sounds great. I don't know what our topic is, but that sounds great.
And
I'll see you Saturday, man.
Yep. And I'll see you Saturday.
Night, man.
Night.
Night, Connell.
Oh, speaking of table breakers, I put how spells work in your Discord, Bruce, and a list of the spells and a couple of the spells' full descriptions.
Cool.
Well, refractions is what I call them in the game. I wish my camera worked a little bit better because even though this is an FDM printer and not really meant for what I just did with it, printing one of these, it turned out pretty well. The face is all jacked up, but the rest of it's great.
Well, you said you had the layer height to what?
0.05.
Yeah, that's pretty fine, dude. That'll be nice.
It's a Karn from Magic the Gathering. I'm going to use it as a construct in a future game.
Nice.
This one is a deadhead from Legend of Zelda. I just liked it, so I decided to print it. I figured it'd be good to paint. I wish my camera would focus better.
Okay.
See if I can cheat it a little bit. Well, let's try.
Do you live out in the wilderness? You were saying you have like a satellite upload. Okay.
Yep.
That explains a lot because you're seeing a little bit of latency here and there, a little bit of skipping, but
yeah, not as bad as it has been, honestly.
Yeah, your voice is really good tonight for the almost 2 hours we've got going on.
Yeah.
CBK Ply still has his PS1 and Diablo 1 for that. Wow.
Then you still have the camera up.
Yeah, hold on to your old stuff, man. People are paying premium bucks for it on eBay.
I wish my camera focused better because it shows how quickly I learned. Because there's huge blotches of bad My here actually is pretty good, but there's also like fine rust along the edges that look appropriate. Like, I didn't think it would. I thought it would take me longer to figure out how to paint like that. It just kind of came naturally. That's all I got to show off.
Cool. Chris, you're adding plant life to the dragon face.
Yeah, a little green dragon.
See, I remember in second edition D&D, the way they described the green dragons were that they were capricious and they were evil and selfish, but like they didn't have grand plans. They just got a kick out of like going around the swamps and the forests and the adjacent lands, and they loved scaring wilderness creatures. They would like suddenly appear in front of a rabbit and enjoy watching a rabbit have a heart attack and die. Woo! And the rabbit's like, ah! Yeah, those fainting goats on some farmsteads, and they would just like die right there. That was like the Green Dragon's like greatest fucking thing. That was like better than anything else. And then whenever adventures come, he'd be like, "Oh God, no!" And then he drops a breath weapon of poison gas.
Nice little peekaboo.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the second edition D&D print that I shared earlier, or at least from that series. If you go to that link that I put way up at the top somewhere,
They have
the
grab that
gold.
link real quick.
They have a bunch of different ones. The gold, the red dragon, like that. I can have out.
That looks really good.
Mm-hmm. It's the same designer that did the bronze that I was painting earlier.
Nice.
Whew.
I'm looking at a resin clockwork dragon I want to see about painting.
Ooh.
I've got to purchase it first. I don't own it. It's just
Yeah.
Bruce sent me a link to clockwork miniatures for Etsy, and I found a couple different dragons, and I'm having a hard time deciding which one I want.
The one thing that Paizo had out that I wish they didn't turn it into a fucking collector item is the cannon golem.
That already sounds cool.
Yeah. I want to say it's out of Bestiary 4.
Yep.
But it's badass. I really want one.
The cannon golem was so badass that they had to make it for Dead Cells. It's in Dead Cells in the Stilt Village. They put it in a fucking video game based on the imagery from Bestiary 4 from Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm. But
Nice.
to get the miniature, you gotta get it from a box set that's discontinued years ago.
Guys, I have to use the restroom real quick. I'm sorry. I'll be back. Give me a moment.
That's right. You better be sorry.
Okay.
Oh, good, man.
What to print now?
Hey, Chris, you play Magic? The
I
whole Magic
tried
the
it
Gathering?
out. I tried it out, but I just couldn't really get that into it.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
It's not for people.
I'll admit I'm not very good at it, but I'm kind of addicted.
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna knock what someone likes and whatnot, but I just take issue with them doing shit like putting out cards and then saying, "Oh no, you can't use this in tournaments now," so it makes them worthless.
Yeah, I hate ban lists too. That's why I play the editions that have the least amount of bans. Though they did do a couple of bans that I did agree with, kind of agree with, not completely. I think they should have restricted them, not banned them. One of them was, I forgot what it was called, but basically it killed almost all your creatures, almost all your enchantments, and cost you a whole shit ton of health while the opponent was gathering cards.
Mm-hmm.
And it only cost a grand total of 4 or 5 mana.
Okay.
I forgot what it was called. It's like Despair or something like that. It was a black card, but it was so effective, it shut down enchantment combos in any form of standard. Completely. I actually looked that up. I thought that when I heard that from the band, why they banned it, I thought that was an exaggeration. I looked it up. No, it literally happened. Almost all forms of enchantment combos were just completely locked out of the game thanks to that card. Like,
no.
damn.
Between that
Do
situation,
not play test this shit before you make it.
Oh, of course not. Between that and a situation where they sent not police, some special police force that WotC, I think, actually sent to someone's house because they were accidentally sent a earlier release than they were supposed to get. Let me look that up.
Of course.
Yeah, that was the Pinkertons. It's a private security company.
Yeah.
Seems like an appropriate name, that's for sure.
How's my audio, guys?
You're good.
All right, cool.
Yep.
I'm still getting new to this, so I'm just trying to. I just hopped on to basically see if I could get the mic and camera running.
Oh, you're good. Oh, apparently they use Pinkertons on a regular basis. That would be the Magic Raid wasn't the first time they used them.
And when you have that kind of money, I mean, might as well send a top quality enforcer. Yeah, I should definitely not turn sideways with this big ass nose. But yeah, I spent like 3 hours cleaning up my PDF library. Had like 4 and 5 like copies of each book I ever bought.
Oh, nice.
I'm like, this is just. I'm like, no wonder why everything runs slow. I can't find anything because I've just been buying like random books, bundles for the last couple of years, just jamming them wherever. Because I really want to do. I'm hoping to film my first video this week or weekend, and I want to do character creation using Dungeons and Delvers.
Okay.
I couldn't even find a book. I just bought it. And he was nice enough. He sent me the character sheet, but it's not editable. It looks like it's coming up as a photo versus like a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out a way to convert it without dealing with a membership or subscription.
Oh, yeah, to Adobe.
Yeah, everything's subscription now. It's an absolute mess.
Yeah. Unless I think unless you go to Linux, that's a whole nother mess.
Yeah. If I hit the power button and things don't work right, I usually call someone. That's as high tech as I get.
That's about where I'm at, but I'm trying to fix that because I'm trying to get Linux Mint on my laptop and start playing with that.
Yeah, doesn't Joe use Linux from Biggest Geekus? I
wouldn't know. I'm not the who's who type on all the different streamers and stuff. I do my thing. If I meet people online, great. If not, I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm new to this.
Question.
I started meeting these people like 6 months ago. Yeah,
That's
correct.
That's a miniatures question. 28 millimeter refers to how tall the miniature is, right?
Um,
And the rest of the body's just in proportion?
Let me look
Or
it
does
up.
that refer to the base?
I'm looking it up.
I was never entirely sure which one it was.
I know most Pathfinder stuff does 28 millimeter.
Yeah, well, basically everybody who says they do miniatures says it's 28. They do 28 millimeter, so it sounds to be the most common. So I figure if I'm going to print anything, I might as well print it at 28 millimeter.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I got which one's supposed to be at 28 millimeters.
Yeah, it's by height.
Okay.
But I tend to try to print my stuff just a touch bigger because just for the sake of being able to see it on Bruce's cameras,
That's a
to
good
be able to
point.
make out what's what. Because if you're at a table, then yeah, you want your base to make sure it stays within that inch, but to be able to see with the distance of the cameras and the quality of cameras and all this, I'm just like, okay, let's make it so I can pick out where I am in the group, you know?
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, 28 millimeter is supposed to be the spacing. From what I understood, that was going to be the size that you would have for a character for scale for him to fit in a game world where 1 inch and or for the UK and other people that use metric, 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters or 1 inch square would be relatively good for scale for viewing on a battle mat or tabletop. So he would be supposedly between 5'10", 6 foot tall. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I am done painting for the moment because I got to research what a dead head looks like so I can get the right color scheme or skin.
17 millimeter for dwarves. Yeah. Lady One Gaming's like, I like larger minis, but I have bad eyes. And if you want to speak, Lady, go ahead, man.
What's that?
If you need to speak, my friend, go ahead.
Yeah, talk. Don't worry about typing.
You're on the panel.
No, I'm just so used to typing it in. No, my brother just got a 3D printer. It's his second one.
Nice.
He's been, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of time, but he's been practicing. Me and my mom got really weak eyes. So, like, I was buying her a bunch of minis to play with and paint. And she was just like, do they make these bigger? I'm like, oh, yeah, they're just much more expensive. She's like, well, no, just the regular ones. I'm like, they do, but there's not that many. They're still more expensive. I noticed that I think a lot of European countries use, 40 millimeter?
Either 38 or 40 millimeter. I don't know the exact scaling of it, but I know they're a larger scale over there.
Yeah, so
If you want to give her something, sorry.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
If you want to give her something a little bit easier to make out and probably still fun, print out stuff like mounts and different animals or different monsters that are bigger.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay.
What was it? I did the Kickstarter. I've blown all kinds of cash on this stuff. I like it. Is it Bones?
Yeah.
You know how, like, when they do their Kickstarters, you get the standard packages and whatnot, and then you can add on anything that was like a large monster. We would just sit there and go through the list. She's like, oh, I like that. At the end, I was like, all right, Mom, you picked out 30. We can do 5. We got to trim this down. I'm like, they do cost money per piece.
Six Nation 31 Kings. If there is a website, I don't know if it is still functional, but Half Price Books tried to put a website together for shipping the books they would receive. I don't know if that's still in use, but until they get their act unified on the web, that would be the big great hope. That's a really good company compared to like Amazon. And I know this sounds bad, but I just don't like Amazon. Sorry for those of you that are employed by them.
Well, admittedly, Amazon monopolizes the online buying industry, really.
Oh, absolutely.
They do a good job of that. I'm not going to dog them for it. I had an opportunity to be paid by them. I looked at their NDA, and my dead friend Bill Helmbacher, who you guys remember as Bilius Maximus, he used to be a lawyer in life, and I could hear him telling me, "Bruce, don't you dare be signing none of that shit. That's a 52-page document, one for every week you're supposed to read it, and then sign your life away, and you'll never know what it's like to be able to talk freely again." I'm like, "Yes, Bill." Their NDA is kind of stupid. I'd rather work for the federal government. And have like a really like I have a job. Yes, I can never talk about it until 7 years after I die. I'd rather have one of those NDAs than work for Amazon. Yeah, Warhammer's sizing, they're really close to 32 millimeter. Ralph Partha used to make 28 millimeter. I don't know if Ralph Partha are they even in business anymore? God, I don't even know if Ralph Partha is a thing. Used to be.
Yeah, I was just grabbing something to drink. Nah, Six Nations, I get it. I mean, that's anytime I go to a convention or a game store when I move around, I just bring cash and I look for bargain bins. I prefer a book in decent condition. I'm not worried about mint, but I mean, if you troll eBay, you can find some gems if you don't mind somewhere. Like I think I paid 15 for this. I mean, it's in relatively good shape.
Nice. That's a 1997 release, if I remember right.
Oh yeah, the was it 3 or 3.5 that was going for like 90 to 100. I did get this for 20. A little more beat up. The character sheets actually pop out, the pre-mades. But I mean, like I said, I've been with all the stuff, all the weird stuff. I've been trying to reclaim physical media. I was one of the first people like, oh, I can just be lighter, have more space. Everything's digital because I assumed I owned it. That was my mistake.
Yeah, you don't own shit when it's digital.
Yeah, I never imagined that companies would just be like, oh no, you didn't read our 30-page fine print. You don't own that, and that Uncle Sam would be like, yeah, that's your problem. I just never really thought it would go that way. So I unloaded a lot of stuff and regret it.
One of our friends from northern Texas is here. Hello, Omanal.
All I can say to that is, what would you do with the drunken sailor? What would you do with the drunken sailor?
Well, if you're referring to Omen wouldn't that be what would you do with the drunken owl?
What's that?
I said if you're referring to Omen wouldn't that be what you do with the drunken owl?
I don't know. I don't know if he drinks, but shit, I've been sober for 8 days now.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that beer you were talking about, and I'm like so jealous because it sounds good.
The Trail Ale?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fall release, fall to winter release for Shiner. So if you are a
are in a area that they deliver Shiner Bock, and you ask them to bring the seasonal releases towards the fall and winter, they should have Trail Ale, and I know their wintertime release is S'mores. That's what it was last year, but they were only releasing that in the multi-pack, so you get 4 of those in a 12-pack. But their other 2 selections for the winter beers were pretty good too. Sorry, Elmanal. I know you're in North Central. I recognize that like Bastrop is like probably the closest to the center of the state that I'll ever want to be in.
Never go to that Whataburger.
Bastrop Whataburger.
If I remember, that's the one that deserves the 1 star.
I'm
But
not certain.
That was years ago, but yeah.
I don't know this story, Chris.
Wife and I were going to Ren Fair, and we stopped at a Whataburger. Pretty sure that one. And line took forever. And we opened the bag up, like just leaving the line after we got our bag, and the fries were cold and fucking soggy.
That's a big nope.
Everything was gross.
Yeah, Omanal, I didn't know if you were a drinker or not. He says he rarely drinks. He'd rather have lemonade in the heat. I get that. I've been squatching. I've been putting these down. Emergency. I really like San Antonio, except for what it's become now, and I recognize like this is going to be where I die. Like, I would want to live in a smaller community. I probably won't get that chance if we keep losing money in the real estate like we are.
Yeah.
It's brutal. I'm looking to move in a year or two, and I have to keep it loose because I have no idea what's going to be like with the market, work stuff. It's just like
interest is insane right now. It's like 6%.
I'll just find out when I can actually have things together to do it, and I'll see where the things are at that point.
See, Shadow keeps threatening to come to San Antonio. I'm like, you might not want to come here if the market keeps getting stupid.
He's in California, though. Anything.
Yeah, that's true. And he's got an actual house with like, it looks like 2 stories and an outbuilding garage or off separated garage. And so, I mean, that might sell for like $1 million over there. So he can come over here and buy 2 houses and pay a fuck ton in taxes. And we're supposed to be getting our taxes reduced, but the Texas Senate is not letting Greg Abbott do the tax work to turn us into a property tax-free state, which I kind of knew that was going to happen.
He probably did too.
Abbott looks like he plays a good game, but he's another guy for Fox News.
Yeah, I'm done with all that. I'm waiting for Elon to get his ship ready so I can leave this rock.
Yeah.
Before AI takes over everything.
Who knows? I mean,
I keep telling you the AIs. I keep telling you the AIs aren't going to take over. They're just going to create sex bots and let us slowly lose interest in each other and die from lack of breeding.
I mean, honestly, can AI do worse than us? I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but who knows?
Yeah, after the Snowmageddon response, that was what killed it for Abbott for me. And they've not fixed anything. We've got a perfectly fine coal-fed power plant that they're trying to permanently shut down on the south side of San Antonio that we should be using because it's amazing and cheap. And the climate communists are out there not letting us do that.
People trying to keep it clean, man. I'm sorry.
This is a free speech channel, and I don't really care if I get kicked off YouTube. I don't. There's Rumble for that, and I'll put up with Rumble's warts.
Like I believe in. I'm one of them guys that literally believe anything is possible. I acknowledge the reality of probabilities. And I think if you can diversify things, that's good. You know, like when it comes to your energy grid. If you can have solar, if you can have wind, coal, nuclear, hydro, what was the other, geothermal, a mix. I mean, you know some of my backstory. You know, when we were in the service, we had a backup to a backup to a backup, to where if all of that failed, they had a way for us to rig it manually with ropes and pulleys, like it. And I was like, they're like, you never know. They're like, machines fail, people fail, things just happen. They're like, you know, when they design these things, they try to come up with every scenario that they possibly can. But guess what? The universe will always bring something you weren't prepared for or couldn't handle the stress that you thought it could. And so you need a backup and another and another. And it boggles my mind that is such a alien concept to so many people.
They don't teach Murphy's laws anymore, and that's what it combats.
It's heartbreaking, frustrating, enraging. Then you go down the litany of all the things it is, because it's not good in the end.
Omanel, I'm not an energy guy, so if you could explain the acronym for FERC, that would be good. I wish I was smarter about energy. I know about oil. I know about gas production and extraction. That's where my energy stops.
FERC sounds like a fantasy cuss word.
It does. FERC you, or like a evolution from Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
They got rid of the good people that knew everything about the various systems, and now the software is basically what's controlling and what's dominating everything. So if you can run the software, that's great, but when the software starts to go wrong, you're not an operator, you're just a button presser, and you're not going to know like what manual to open up and what page to flip to and how to get auxiliary systems back going. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. He says he worked for them for about 2 years. That's good stuff.
Sounds like
a
fabulous. That's 100% Six Nations.
They shut down the pipeline. Yeah, all the stuff that Biden did on day one of his residency, everything he did hurt America. There wasn't a single act he did or signed into law that has benefited us. And as much as some people might be of the darker melanin set, not looking to offend anybody with this statement, but I don't see the benefit to Juneteenth celebration. Although I do love Dinosaur Month.
I just get a kick out of it being after the next day from Father's Day.
Say again?
The fact that Juneteenth comes after Father's Day is really bad to me. I try not to joke about that because of stereotypes, but come on.
Oh, I don't think Father's Day is the same day every year, so that's going to be a revolving thing. And one of these days, Juneteenth is going to fall on Father's Day, and that's going to be the day that Bruce will laugh in hysterics, because we're talking about the segment of the population that 2/3 of all households do not have a father figure. Excuse me, 2/3 to 75%. Like, they put all the value on the wrong stuff. Yeah, the Juneteenth was supposed to be just a Texas thing.
Mhm.
I don't understand. Like, somebody really went back and was looking for some malcontent way to stick it in the eye of the straight white dude, and that was the entire benefit for Juneteenth, in my opinion. Hey, Janet.
Oh, Janet.
Janet's on? Nice. Patch in on your phone, Janet.
Hello, Janet.
Yeah, I really wish they didn't do such a thorough job of petrifying people about nuclear. I'm not saying we should switch to all nuclear. I don't think we should switch to all of anything.
I'd go with thorium.
But
I like thorium.
nuclear
Well,
has a lot to offer, and we've made great strides over the decades.
Hey.
No.
No. The pipeline I was talking about was the one I think up to North Carolina, where there was a virus that got into it, and no one knew how to operate the valves to make it work without the software. Because all those guys had retired, and the company didn't do this. This is what gets me, is we talk about redundancy. I'm fine with that. However, I think what they should do is they should make these CEOs criminally liable if people are dying because they didn't staff properly. That would solve everything. When all of a sudden these guys can't go over and like, well, my company got fined. Yeah, but guess what? You're the CEO. You're going to jail. They'll be like, well, you know what? I think that we need some more people that know how to operate this stuff. That's the problem that I have with this. That's what they need to do. Stop trying to protect these people from any kind of liability, so they can just like, oh, my stock price went up. No, guess what? You can go to jail. Also, like, you know what? 4 years of my life isn't worth getting an extra $1 million. And so, yeah, But no, when I was doing that and I'm glad that they did this. Is Texas is most of Texas. There's some other areas that aren't, but they're not federally regulated. And all these people are like, they need to federally regulate. You're stupid. Because guess what's going to happen? They're going to pick which states they like the best, and they're going to send all the energy there and go, you know what, Texas? You know what? You're normally pretty warm. It's only hovering around 20 degrees, but Kansas is at 0. Kansas needs that energy more than you do. And guess what? You don't want it to be federally out that way, because they're going to make those choices for you, and they're not going to be liable or responsible for us if you didn't allow the federal government to come in. People forget about that. At least ERCOT got all those guys. Why did they even allow ERCOT people not to be in Texas? You should be you should be in the state that you're regulating. Anyway, sorry. That was my little soapbox.
You're good.
You're good, man.
Yeah.
That's more knowledge than what I had before this conversation started.
Well, and I'll be honest, is when I worked for FERC, they had a lot of teeth, but they couldn't do anything. They're like, we'll fine you $25,000 a day. I said, okay. So does that mean we're going to take this over? Oh no, we're not going to do that. I said, so, this grandmother, which happened to she won something that's like it was like a couple of kilowatts. It's like she won something that's a couple of kilowatts. It's a high hazard dam. She doesn't know. She's 80 years old. And so behind the scenes, while they kept threatening her with these letters, the government behind the scenes said, well, we need to get this done. So they were writing all the stuff for her, gave it to her, so then she could officially submit it. And said, yeah, this looks good. I mean, this is the games that people play for that. So, yeah.
All right. Hold on here. We got an Amber Alert going off in child abduction, San Antonio, Texas. Victim is a 7-year-old white female, Amanaria Benavides.
who is last seen wearing a pink shirt, purple shorts, and no shoes. Call 911 with information.
I don't know about you
Mariano.
guys, but I generally don't hang out with little kids, so how would I even know?
It's just,
That's why I hate those Amber Alerts. I understand it's a nice idea, but I generally don't look at kids, when I'm going around. I have one, except my own. So, yeah.
Hey, Bruce, real quick, can you highlight what Janet last said? Yeah, that's more the reason to hop on, Janet. Come on.
we're going to triple our numbers with that.
I don't know about you, Bruce. Were you out? Were you working today, or were you enjoying Juneteenth?
I was working today.
I went out to my farm today, and God, talk about the humidity that's out there. I was like, what the hell? It feels more like Houston than it does Central Texas or so.
Well, it's really weird because it was 108 degrees on the asphalt at our shop today on the east side of San Antonio.
Yeah.
And I got in the car, and I let the car cool down a little bit, air out, and I went home. And when I was driving home, I was sweating more because the wind was whipping through the car. And like I always drive the windows down. My AC needs to be, there's a recall for it. I'm not really worried about it. But yeah, this is a bad time to have that mindset. But I'm going to tell you that I just don't have the time to go over there and like let my car be dropped off and then go to the other side of town and go to work all day. And they'll be calling like, hey, there's about $2,000 worth of work we need to do here. No, not really. My car's fine. It's still rolling. And you're inventing stuff. Yeah, I know I have body damage, but there's nothing that I want fixed because it's all stuff like the AI camera. I don't want the AI camera in my car. I'm okay with ripping that shit right the fuck out. I don't want anything. I don't want my car to, try to steer for me. I turn that off as soon as I get the thing on. I turn off all the driver assist, brake assist. Get that out of here. And I can't stand that crap. I drive a stick shift for a reason.
Well, I mean, I'm not a big fan of stick shift myself, but that said, when I start looking at the things, before I went to Afghanistan, they taught us how to ram vehicles and things. I said, I want control that if I have to get out of a bad situation, the car's like, nope, you can't move, you're stuck. Like, no, if I have to hit someone, and I understand a certain thing, but it's like, look, I don't want to be suddenly stuck over here and say, okay, your car will refuse to let you move while they box you in.
I mean, I doubt if I get boxed in, I'll be able to do much about it because it's a Civic. But
you know what? You'd be amazed what you can do, and it doesn't take that much effort. Unless it's a really big vehicle. This is why whenever I hear people talk about armored vehicles, I said, you watch it on TV and they keep shooting at the armored vehicle. That's so stupid. All you have to do is do a pit maneuver and that thing will roll, toss whoever's in there, because they're all top heavy. That glass is like 2 or 3 inches thick, and the majority of the weight is top heavy on those vehicles. I said, screw that. And the windows don't roll down anyway, so it's not like they can shoot out of it. So if they wanted to really take you out, you're fine if you're straight on. That's basically a rolling death machine. But boy, they hit you they do a pit maneuver, and you're going to spin all over the place. I was like, I don't know if I feel any safer in an armored vehicle.
They're just big turtles.
They're worse than that. How do I want to put them? They're so incredibly top heavy.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. You get a turtle on its back and it's fucked.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. It's so like everything else. It's like putting baby legs on a linebacker.
One of my favorite movies put baby legs on Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Oh, I remember that one that you did. I watched all that movie, and then I also enjoyed watching Deadpool, where you had the baby legs too. So.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
No, I regret it. I saw a full running, at least according to the description, very serviceable M ramp for like $60,000. like 3 years back. I was like, I just didn't have the money. I'm like, that would be a great limo service for Philly.
Well, it would, but here's a funny thing. Is so part of when I went to Afghanistan, we did some training as engineers, and we had to look at all of the bridges. You wouldn't believe on the number of places that it limits you to for some of the stuff, because they're like 20 tons, and the bridges might be only good for like 10 or 15,000 pounds. You're like, well, this might not be a good way to go.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't even fit down the streets in South Philly. They had to get special. They paid millions for special snow removal trucks.
Yeah,
because the streets are so narrow. They were designed for horse and buggies, you know, and the only way to widen the streets would be to knock like, you know, every third block down. So they got these ones where it's kind of like a scoop, and it melts the water and then runs it out the back as a salted slurry.
Oh, okay. I don't know. There's a reason I live down south, and that's to avoid snow as much as possible.
Yeah, doubly agreed.
I lived in Chicago for 2 years, and that was like, well, I'll go out whenever it's not snowing. Otherwise, I'll just call, what was it, Peapod or whatever. They can deliver my groceries.
I lived in Illinois for over 30 years, and I'm good with not being part of winter. Just it doesn't do me any good. We had the Snowmageddon here back in February of 21, and I was having some really bad thoughts for a couple days. Like, I want to drive down to Mexico and just hang out and like not see this. And my wife, she's like, no, this isn't so bad. We got our little friend Greg is here, and everything's working out okay. You know, we've got power because it just turned Thursday, and Thursday the power came back on, and we were just furious because like for 3 days, you know, it was down to 40 degrees in the apartment, and people were dying. You know, like Texas is not a winterized state.
Well, it's not just the cold aspect. There's also the part of, because there was no power, you know, I was so mad, not just at that, because I've taken some emergency management stuff. Where was my emergency manager? They should have been saying, here are places to go if it's cold, if you don't have power, you know, because a lot of people, if they have machines and things, that's what kills people. You know, we can talk about the cold, but usually you can stay in a room and stay warm for that. But man, if you have to, like I put my food outside, you know, out of the refrigerator. I think the lowest that my temperature got was about 50 degrees, but you know, you can't drive anywhere because there's ice. And it's the other things that come in, which people forget whenever they talk about power. It's like, okay, now what do you do? Guess what? You can't charge up your phone. My father gave me a solar panel to help do that, but there's a lot of stuff that people forget about. And, you know, we're talking about 3 days. I think for me, it was 2. But you know, what are you supposed to do? My friend got, you know, that ice storm we had earlier this year, where it took out, my friend in the center of Austin didn't have power for 8 days because the trees fell down on the power lines. And then he got mad because he found out how much the guy was getting paid, and he resigned. Like, you get paid $400,000 a year in government, and you can't even do the basic part of like, hey, we're going to make sure we have these trees cleared for power lines.
The southwest corner of Idaho, you get all 4 seasons, but you don't have like excessive amounts. You have like a little bit here and there, but not like 8 foot of snow. Not like Chicago snow, which it starts to lake effect snow in September. While we're in our hottest month, Chicago is getting lake effect snow, and then it turns into like real sticky snow in mid-October, and it just stays that way till April.
So I had to laugh because I was up there, and I think got to minus 15. So this was 2013, 2014, 2015. You know, it was some of the coldest they'd had in 20 years. And do you know who the biggest whiners were? Were the people who lived in Chicago most of their life. I said, I'm from the South. I hate snow. I said, it doesn't do me any good. You can laugh at me. I said, I don't like it. But man, those guys, because it wouldn't melt. And then, because they said that it would normally snow and then melt, and then it would snow again and melt. But they were the biggest whiners. Like, what the hell? You guys grew up with this. I just had to laugh at him for that.
I'm from what they call downstate Illinois, but I'll show you on the map how it's central Illinois.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like we get -20, -30 degree days, and it.
Oh,
your job shuts down for a week.
did you? I was looking at stuff that they were talking about for the Civil War when they had their camps up there, and everyone talks about what Andersonville. There was a bunch of really bad camps up there in the north by Chicago.
Yeah.
And, they're talking -40. I said, here we are complaining about -15, which we haven't seen in decades. And every time they talk about global warming is going to kill you, then why are you sleazebags go to Florida in the middle of winter if you're worried about global warming? I know, and they all did it. They all did it. I said, look, I grew up around Florida. I worked on the road. What's that?
They're not giving you a legitimate excuse. Barack Obama bought a $25 million house on the beachfront. Then he goes around like John effing Kerry and says, there is global warming that's coming, and Americans should be ready to exist with less. We should learn to embrace the food bug.
I'll be a little bit different. It's just like everything else. It's not that I mind eating insects. Just don't force me to eat them. Because to me, it's just like if someone said, hey, you have to eat crab. I like crab sometimes. Don't make me eat it every day. And don't allow me to have no other choice.
Yeah. Well, they're already putting it in the food. And they're really not labeling it well.
So years ago, and I had fun with this, your food always is allowed to have a certain amount of pieces in there. Which, to be fair, I understand because that's going to happen. I remember picking blackberries years ago, and I had them feeding them to my son. And I look at each one, no bugs. I put it in the refrigerator. 4 hours later, I came back, and there's this layer of bugs all at the bottom. Like, I checked every one. So, I mean, to me, there's a difference between forcing you to eat bugs and saying, look, there's some collateral. But we were in Iraq, and people were complaining about the food because they said, well, it looks like there's some bugs. I said, well, maybe there are, maybe there aren't. But then I got the FDA contaminant list, and I sent it out to everyone that was complaining. And I said, here you guys go. Do not read this. I put that in the subject line. Do not read this. And guess what? Everyone read it because, of course, I put that do not read. And then they all yelled at me for sending it to them. I said, did you not read the subject line? And my favorite line was some guy was going through there and he goes, not chocolate.
I mean, I get it. The things are in everything, but it's when it's injected on purpose.
Yes.
And then hidden and buried. That's my problem. I remember my first time like hanging out with like I forget what he was, survivalist, naturist, whatever. And he was trying to make like outdoor beef jerky, He'd been living off his own like mini farm for years. And I was like, all right, cool. And he's like, yeah, just go in there and take from this section. That section should be ready. And I came running in. I'm like, dude, man, there's like mosquitoes and stuff on there. He's like, yeah, we're going to clean that off. He's like, it's sitting literally outside. What do you think that I can put a sign up? No bugs allowed. And they're just going to be like, oh, my bad. I'll go over here.
Hey, you're starting to sound like a Democrat with guns. No guns allowed. You're not allowed to come in here. We have this magical force field that prevents you from going through with a gun.
I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, it was some of the best jerky I had. I wish I could still eat it. I'm getting old and can't chew on that stuff anymore. But he's like, what do you think? People 8 years ago. He's like, you had a little garden as a kid. When I met you, he's like, you didn't think there were a few that got by you and your mom, and your hot, ice water vinegar baths. He's like, there's microbes in everything. There's little bugs in everything. He's like, you just have to pick and choose and be aware.
Now, did you ever? I don't know if they irradiate stuff as much now, but do you remember as a kid that if you left the flour out too long, weevils would start coming out of it?
No, but I do remember as an exterminator and as a customer, I used to have cats, and they really liked the local food that was made out here called Dad's Cat Food. And I didn't know, so somebody was running on sale, and I bought a bunch of it. And I went in my basement one day, and my whole basement was filled with I can't remember what they're called, but it's a kind of moth. And I called my brother. We were both exterminators. He's like, "Oh, Indian meal moth." He's like, "Well, what do you have down there?" I'm like, "Just this cat food." He's like, "That's why it was on sale." He's like, it's in there. If it sits long enough, they get a chance to hatch. The whole point is to have it sold, have it consumed. He's like, whether it's fine or whatever, he's like, it's legal. He's like, but you can't let it sit. He's like, and guess what? That gets in your table food as well. He's like,
well, I mean, and we're talking the 70s. It used to just be kind of accepted that if you didn't use the airtight containers and everything, weevils would they have the eggs, they would come out in your flour, and you're like, oh man. But I met one lady from Mexico asking her about her favorite food, and they have a certain type of larva that they get under I guess certain type of cactus and things, and she's like, that's really good. I said, I wouldn't mind trying it, I just don't want to be forced into it. It's like everything else. It's like, look, I'll try stuff, but don't make me eat it every day, and it better taste good. And it's just like I wouldn't force someone to eat. You can only have crawfish. Well, wait a minute. When Bruce was talking about Obama, I think a lot of it is that what they're trying to do is they're trying to scare people that live on the coast to suddenly sell their oceanfront property, and then they buy it up real cheap. They buy it up real cheap. And then you can put a hotel there or whatever else. And like, oh, well, people don't live there, but guess what? I got to sell it for like multi-millions of dollars in the profit.
On that subject,
That's a story as old as time. Bruce,
I sent you a video on Discord.
Oh, did any of you ever read what the FHA did for segregating neighborhoods in the 1930s? And it's well recorded. Might as well talk about Juneteenth and the injustices done by the federal government. So what they would do was they would find these integrated neighborhoods, and then they would scare them and say, "Oh, look, they're black," and everything else. And so then they'd say, "Oh, it's going to lower your property values." So then the whites would sell their property at below market value. The developers would then, or whoever, that they would buy it. Then they would sell it to the blacks at a higher than market value. And then as more blacks came into a community, they'd start saying, oh, look, it's going to bring down the community. And so they screwed both sides. And we're talking about previously integrated neighborhoods. We're not talking about pure. So that's how they started segregating different subdivisions and things. We're talking places that have been integrated for like 30 or 40 years. They started scaring people. Oh, blacks coming in, that's going to reduce your property value. Oh, it's going to bring in crime. They're going to do this. In the meantime, they come back and like, oh, look, we got these houses. We're going to sell them to you at a higher interest rate. That's why when I start looking at stuff, it's the same thing. I think this happened in Chicago. There was a guy, he had a restaurant or something, and there was an empty lot next to him. And they kept finding him for that empty lot. And he got fed up. So what he did is he paid $20,000 of his own money, cleared it out, planted everything down, put a couple of benches so people could sit outside and things. He did all of that. The city came back and told him, you have to turn it back into its original. Like, wait a minute. You fined him for having trash and dirt and everything else out there, which wasn't even his property. And then you're now going to make him convert it back to an empty trash lot. This is ridiculous. And that's part of the reason I don't like living in big cities.
I grew up in one. I cannot. I'm out of it now, and I will never go back to another one unless I absolutely have to.
Well, if I had the, like you said, with the interest rate, I was looking at, like for my property, I pay about a little over $1,600 a month for 35 acres that I bought on a 30-year loan. And then what amazes me was if I bought it today, 1 year later, it would be about $400 more a month just because of the interest rate.
Wait, did you say 16,000?
$1,600 a month.
Oh, 100. I was like,
yeah.
Whew.
No. But now it would be a little over 2,000. So it went up $400 just because of the interest rates.
Yeah.
And you go through. I mean, if you have cash, this could be a great time. And who knows? We'll see if the economy starts getting into a big recession, if it isn't already. But it's like.
My personal opinion on all this is I think the divide is on purpose because look at the insanity they get away with. We're too busy at each other's throats, and they're just like, yeah, these fools are not going to catch on while we just literally walk out of the bank with everything in broad daylight. I could be wrong, but it's just how I see it.
No, Janet. Well, we all hope she's well. I know that in the 1980s, when they used to talk about all the kids that were abducted, and then what they didn't tell you is they were usually abducted by their parents. So, the mother would have it, and then the father would get the girl or whatever, would come over and like, hey, get in the car, and then take them away. That's where most abductions in the 1980s came from. Not all of them, but that's where the majority came from, was parents. My hope is that it's just a custody battle, and then she's with someone that she knows and is safe with.
Hopefully. But listen, I'm going to have to head out, guys. I got to get up early.
All right, have a good night.
But I really appreciate you letting me come on, talk, and make sure my system works. So hopefully,
looks like a good setup.
What's that?
It looks like a good setup.
Yeah, I mean,
You should know, Bruce.
My place is well, yeah. I mean, I bought the equipment you literally told me to buy.
I mean, look, what I can see from your apartment is it looks a hell of a lot nicer than mine. So.
It's small. It's like Jenga. If I want to do something, I have to move something else. But it's not in the city, and that's all I care about right now. I literally have cow. If I go outside to have a cigarette, there's going to be cows sleeping next to my car. I mean, there's a fence, thankfully, because they're not my cows. I would love them if they were mine, but they are not mine.
I'm going to say this for Bruce or whoever else is in Texas. My taxes last year were $140 for my property.
Where's that at?
Well, it's agricultural, so they have a special tax rate. So I have corn on there right now, and then we'll see what else comes up. I was trying to calculate it out because we've had, with the rain and everything working out, I'm hoping I might turn like $4,000 or $5,000. I'm not saying it's worth the property itself, but that'll help offset, everything else. But at least, people forget about that. And if you can get bees. If you have 6 acres or so, get some bees. They're fairly cheap and easy to go for.
Yeah, a lot of people do it out here, especially over in Jersey. They'll do anything. They'll get it. What was that? Oh, what was that idiot? He was
it's not Chris Christie, is it?
No, but he kind of looks like him. He was a football player that became a politician. I forget his name.
Oh, okay.
He had a bunch of laws changed, which were just absolute horrible. But so he could count his property, which was like a nice house with like 2.5 acres. He got a donkey and a barn like installed, like in just the way back corner, just to say, oh, it's a farm, so I get the lower tax rate. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I kind of don't blame him on that. I blame him for all the other stuff he did.
Yeah. The more I realize this is I'm kicking myself that I should have bought farmland when I first moved to Texas. I was like, well, I don't know where I'm going to end up. And, and I've moved around a lot, but, I would not have lost any monies, which is what I'm kicking myself for. I would have made really good money for some of it. And now, go ahead.
Gotta make do with what you have.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say that around San Antonio, if you had farmland that was being looked at by some out-of-state civil engineers, if you sold your farmland for we're just going to sell 50 acres and we're going to put 75 homes on these acres, you would probably make close to about $3 million after the sale.
So I'm going to say this, and I don't mean this in a bad way, because not that I do full regulatory, but someone decided to put in a subdivision where they were going to put, I forgot what it was. It was 700 homes, and they just happened to cut into a dam. And And which is what I do. I do dams. And I said, this is not acceptable. So we came over. The city shut them down. So we shut down basically a $300 million subdivision until they fixed the dam. Just like, guys, there's a dam that if you see water that's standing, that's not natural in Texas. If there's a lake, it's artificial. Don't screw with the dam. It's not that hard, but everyone is selling off their property and they all want to build in and they want to get as close as possible. And I said, you understand you're putting people at risk. It's the immorality for it, which is you're going to flood people upstream of the dam and then you're going to put people downstream in a very dangerous position. I said, that's not the way it should be. That's what bothers me about that. I'm like, look, good. But you're right. All these people are coming in. They buy the property. Like we were looking at one in Waco. Oh, it was gorgeous. The house was really nice. It had trees around it. It was overlooking the road. I mean, just gorgeous. The guy's like, nope, I'm tearing it down because I can put 4 homes in there. He's like, man. And they're putting on like 1/8 of an acre lots or less. It's like 1/6 of an acre or 1/8 of an acre lots. And they're just counting how many houses they can put out there. I do not want to live that way at all.
They're going to bring in the problems from the city to the suburbs and rural areas. They're doing it here. It's heartbreaking.
This is why, because I work with agriculture a lot, is everyone's talking about, look, I can't blame someone where their kids are saying, look, we don't live in the area. We don't have any more. We have our own monetary problems when the parents pass away and they sell the piece of property. I understand that. I do. I'm not blaming them for it. It's just the shoddy construction I see. And it's being as a civil engineer, I'm like, I would not want to go here. And they don't do full compaction, which is one of the things that this happened. Bruce may remember this from like 2010. I don't know when you moved down to San Antonio, Bruce.
It's not that recent. It was about maybe 2014.
So they built a subdivision. They put what looked like a retaining wall, but it wasn't a retaining wall. And it slid right up into someone's back porch, basically. The stuff slid, and it doesn't just stop sliding. This slides now, and then a few days later, a few weeks later, and they were panicking for the developer. And I said, that's unethical. You're putting people's lives at risk. It's just, and when it was a facade, they made it look like a retaining wall, but it wasn't a retaining wall. There was nothing in there.
My God. Like American food. It looks like food, but it's just food flavored product.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of the opinion that I said, look, I don't for me. I work on dams. If I build around a dam, I know my risk. That's on me. But if you get someone, most people aren't engineers. They don't know. You tell them, oh, it's going to be right here, and you don't warn them. Man, like when I bought my property, the first thing I did was, where's my 100-year floodplain? Where are my easements? Where's this? Where's that? And these people buying the property don't care where the easements are. They don't understand it. Guys, this is basic 101. I say that. I didn't know about this until I started looking into land and things. But that's the first thing I did was, where are my easements? Okay, I got a utility easement in front of my property, which is, I think it's a phone line and a water line. In the back of my property is an energy line. That's it. I said, okay, I'm good with that. I would give them an easement anyway, just so I can get power if I can ever afford to build a house out there.
Excuse me, but I have a question directed at me. 6 Nations, 31 Kings. I am still here. I was raised that you do not talk unless you're given the opportunity by the people who are talking. Admittedly, that's not the most conducive for the internet.
True.
No. Problem is I talk too much. Just interrupt me. I'll stop.
Both of you guys are good.
Interested in what you have to say on the subject. I'm in the process of moving down here.
I'm in the process, like I said, in saving and to start home shopping and looking at different regions and whatnot. So that was all good info. But yeah, I'm going to have to head out, guys. This has been great. I'll catch you during the week.
Take care of yourself, lady. Thank you, sir. Get some rest.
Well, like he was talking about having everyone that was fighting amongst each other. I was in Montana with my son, and his mother had been telling him, oh, why would people vote for Trump? They don't know what they're voting for and all this other stuff. And it just so happened there was a guy in the back who was black. And I was talking to him for just a little bit. I'm like, he's pretty conservative. So I asked him to talk to my son. He's like, look, he said, they all want us at each other's throats. I said, yeah, exactly. They want us all at each other's throats so we can fight over BS. I hate saying this, and I don't care where you are on the political spectrum, I said, usually you have 5 issues that matter to you as a person. I mean, I'm not saying that other things aren't in there. And whichever your top 5 issues, I can tell you who to vote for, based off your 5 issues. I said, but right now, my number 1 issue is no nuclear war. I don't care who it is. If it's going to involve Ukraine and you're talking about putting nuclear weapons in Ukraine, I'm like, I'm out. I'm out. Who's the person that's not going to blow me up? That's where I am. I said everything else is irrelevant. We can talk about transgender bathrooms and stuff, but nuclear war, forget it. It's over.
War in general, fuck if it's nuclear or not.
Yeah, that was one thing I really liked about Trump. I mean, as much as he was pro on so many things, he was anti getting us involved in bullshit. You could see John McCain seething because he wasn't going to get to have a pet project start up in Afghanistan. Oh, these rebels have a lot of liberty. They want to hang out and they want to blow up bad people. So we need to throw them money. Hey, Connell.
Hey.
Are you still driving?
No, am I driving? Yes. Before I was not driving, I was parking.
Well, the other one is people don't remember this. I remember when John McCain said we should get involved in Chechnya. I'm like, you understand that's Russian, you're involving in Russian internal affairs. This will not end well for if we get involved there. The man got captured in Vietnam, and after that, he never found a war he didn't want to get involved with and kill people.
I that was the part about it that I struggled with throughout all of his miserable life that I had to deal with. I was stationed down in Naval Station Ingleside off of Nueces County Bay, which is where John McCain crashed his first plane. It was not the last plane he piloted that was no longer operable. He paid a lot of money to try to have a campaign of misinformation go out there to where he was not partially responsible for the fire on the USS Forrestal, where they would do a wet start and pretty much dump JP5 on the deck and then ignite and use the flames to propel themselves a little faster off the deck. Part of this is all his fault. I will say thank you to John McCain for giving me the firefighting information that the U.S. Navy gave me. That has come in handy. As much as
you had watched the video in boot camp too?
Yeah, they were still making us watch that in '93.
Yep. Well, I went in '91, so yeah, I remember it.
And my first duty station on the McCandless, there was nobody else to take the investigator spot. So let's throw the FNG at the investigator spot and see what he does. And so, I was after about 2 months. I was flaking out hoses whenever we're doing fire drill, and I'm trying to be around the area where the fire's at and trying to report back real quick, or just doing stuff that I'm absolutely out of the league for. I should be a hoseman or a nozzleman. I should not be an investigator running all over the ship trying to do things and not knowing what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, well, the fire out's on the other side of this bulkhead. There's explosives over here. Do you want to help me try to move these off the bulkhead? No, I've got my own things, Bruce. Have fun. Fuck. We never had a real fire on the McCandless. We had a real fire on the fucking Defender. We had main space fires on the Defender, which I was not too happy about. And there were problems with that ship design. But if you guys go into the USS Warrior mine countermeasure class ships, you'll see that one of them
was not very seaworthy after it encountered a reef in the Philippines. That was a Gladiator, one of our sister ships.
So I
Yeah.
don't know about you, Bruce, but when I was in Iraq, which was what, 2018, 2019,
Yeah.
the military, well, no, I mean, if you look at what's going out there, they want to do all the safety suicide training and everything else. Like, you're crashing ships. And I was not impressed by the leadership within the military and the fact that all of them seem to be afraid to make an absolute decision. Like, look, it says an 06 or above can make this decision. We had an 06. Why won't he sign off? Well, he's going to talk to the other colonel. He doesn't have to. You're stupid colonel. You can make the decision on your own. It doesn't hurt anything. It just costs us more money. Well, you know, it's like, what? And my father was a colonel. He actually would make decisions. What's the best for the soldiers? Does this make sense? He would actually sit there, and if it made sense, he would do it. But the leadership in the military nowadays, this is why when I hear people talk, well, they should join the military. I said, for what?
No.
The generals are completely incompetent.
Yeah, I got there was a commander that was on board the USS Defender that went off to the Naval War College, and I want to know like what his record was of creating stupid people versus having people with common sense and practicality in mind. But JJ Muldoon, Commander JJ Muldoon, he was a piece of shit. And I went on to Instagram, no, not Instagram, LinkedIn. I went on LinkedIn not long ago, and I found his profile. And man, he is the #1 nominee I've ever seen for like self pat on the back award. Like that guy, he pats himself on the back for damn near any. I opened a pack of smokes today. Man, good job, JJ. You know that sort of shit. The guy is just a legend in his own head. And
So-
I think he fucked up the Navy because it wasn't long after the Navy like put him in War College in '94. They started going public with some really bad ideas. One of them being littoral ships. Littoral ships are, if you guys know anything about these things, they're kind of like a hydrofoil or a bastardization of a hydrofoil. But the design that the Navy's using is a bad one, and the hull comes apart at speeds of 7 knots or higher, or in rough seas. So we're going to be holding on to a lot more frigates from the 1950s and 60s, trying to milk those out for every dollar we can, than going to those new littoral class ships, because those things are just piles of garbage.
Well, the littoral ships are now going to be decommissioned.
A lot of them are, but not all of them.
And we're talking a ship that was just built, what, 7 or 8 years ago?
Not even that for some of them.
Well, I think that's when they laid the hull down. I'm not sure when, and then they're going through sea trials. And not that I disagree with some of the ideas, but how in the world are we going to win a war? That's what gets me. So that we're so like blocked in, like, well, this is the way we're going to do procurement. I said, well, are you going to actually try something unique, or what's the mission? It's not that I disagree with some of it. Like, I like the idea of the littoral ships. I just didn't like the implementation.
Yeah, there's some good ideas that's there. It's just that the engineering that's behind it is foolhardy. Papa Cotton says Democrat Republicans just for us. It's to keep us fighting while giving the illusion of choice. There's no division of this in DC. They're all on the same team, and it's not with us. It ain't ours.
Well, I don't disagree. Well, whether you like Robert Kennedy Jr. or not, I thought it was. Did you see what they were doing with the vaccine stuff and Joe Rogan?
That's okay. There's more to RFK than vaccine stuff, but if that's all they're going to talk about, fine. I want to know more things about his other ideas. Which, I mean, yeah, it doesn't take a trained monkey to sound good on vaccine stuff. I want to make sure that he's not a Second Amendment idiot. As much as I like Trump, I don't like Trump on fucking Second Amendment.
Well,
Okay.
no. I mean, look at what they did. Is he was offered to one of the doctor, when he spreads misinformation, Joe Rogan said, "I'll put up $100,000 for you to debate it."
What?
And then someone else said, "You know what? I'll put $150,000 for you to debate him to any charity of his choice." But then Andrew Tate said, "I'll put up $500,000." And it's now like $1.5 million to debate RFK Jr. And all these people are going, "Well, you shouldn't do this for science." And I said, if you're a scientist, you better be able to defend your arguments. And, because science is not this whole idea of, well, it needs to be peer reviewed. No. Guess what the beauty of science is if you're wrong, I can show you where you're wrong, and it doesn't matter whether, with this whole idea that we have to have peer review. No offense, if my son is sitting in class and a professor puts 1 + 1 = 3, and he raises his hand and says, Professor, I think that's wrong. He doesn't need to have a PhD to argue with a professor.
No.
And that's what it gets me about. But anyway, but that's what I was referring with RFK Jr. was they keep on throwing money at this guy. And the guy says, I want them to stop spreading misinformation. I want them to stop this. And Joe Rogan said, oh, okay, you try to get me off Spotify. Here, you can debate him. And he doesn't want to, he's deathly afraid of debating RFK Jr. Like, well, if you have such strong convictions, and you should be fine. I was listening to The Real Dr. Fauci by RFK Jr.
Good book.
Oh my God, that is an evil man.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Like all the stuff he said in the 80s about the AIDS virus and homosexuals. Like, and I know I'm referring to the homosexuals and as those people, but no, the things he was saying about the homosexuals in 1983, 84, the things he's written down and were recorded, absolutely evil. The guy, he's as much of a fucking scientist as John Money's a doctor.
Slightly off subject. Hey, Connell.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion for your videos. A religious cartoon month.
We've been talking about doing a cartoon one. We're doing foreign films if we can actually fucking get together. The first one we're doing is Blue Wizard. Then after that, it's Brotherhood of the Wolves.
There we go.
I'll watch that one.
Brotherhood of the Wolf, Battle Wizards, which I highly recommend anyone to watch for a super bad kung fu film. It's hilarious. Especially when they bring up the monkey.
I rage quit that movie twice.
How could you, man? It's so awesome when you watch the guy in the gorilla suit coming out doing martial arts and they're calling him the Beast. It's hilarious.
Oh, I just couldn't do it. I finished the movie. Don't get me wrong. I watched the movie, but there wasn't very much. I don't have enough alcohol for this movie.
It is. How do I put this? It's so bad that it's worth watching. It's that bad. It is hilarious.
I'd rather watch Ernest Goes Camping again.
Hey, don't knock Ernest.
Yeah, don't knock Sir Jim Varney.
I go where they filmed that movie. I go camping there at least twice a year. I've been trying to find somebody that somewhat has the body type of Ernest, just to walk around during the night, just to fuck with people.
Wait, make sure that you have that so you glow in the dark kind of thing.
I have a buddy who said he'll let me borrow his golf cart, and I'm like, I'm halfway there. I just need to find a stunt double.
I think that would be awesome. I think that'd be hilarious. No, but to be fair, I enjoyed watching Brotherhood of the Wolf, but I didn't watch it because the times I watched it was always in French. This one time,
that's the only way I'll watch it.
What's that?
That's the only way I'll watch it. It's in French.
Well, I watched it in English, and only because it was free. So I'm like,
that's
okay,
cheating, Mister. It has to be in a foreign language. That's cheating.
You know what? You're right, but I saw it in French in the theater and at home.
Oh yeah,
that's
fine.
I've seen it in theater in French.
Let's be honest. Monica Bellucci steals the show.
I always tell people about the Women of Florence anecdote that she has. And I think that's one of the most accurate depictions of an Italian bitch I've ever seen.
I love the part where she slits the girl's throat.
Yes.
With the fan.
Yes.
Yeah. What movie was she in that I really enjoyed? It was American. Shoot 'em Up.
Matrix Part 2 and 3?
No, Shoot 'em Up.
Shoot 'em Up is good. Shows her boobs. It does show her boobs. Then, yeah, she's in Tears of the Sun, which is kind of okay.
That's a Bruce Willis movie, isn't it?
That's the first really bad Bruce Willis movie that's aimed at like older guys. Like you want to be a soldier, but like, you know, you're kind of over the hill. Watch Bruce Willis as he leads a team of people when he should be happily retired. And you know, it's a poor movie, but it's a sign of things to come. Because Bruce Willis, the only person that's made more bad movies than Bruce Willis is Nick Cage. And Janet's gone. Janet's gone, but one of Janet's most traumatizing events of her life was when she was trying to watch a movie called Willy's Wonderland. And if you ever want to have, like, if Sister Sandra's not around, have Janet describe her thoughts with Willy's Wonderland. And
What was that, like Five Nights at Freddy's or a different thing?
yeah, it is.
Okay,
It's a really bad version of Five Nights at Freddy's. It's not even a good version.
So it's not porn.
You have all these animatronics that come to life in a very run down, like single room version of Chuck E. Cheese, where like there's an area that they have a ball pit. It's not in a different room. It's in the same room, in a kind of a fenced off area that you could maybe trap a terrier in, you know, while you're trying to potty train them. And then like there's another area where they have skee ball in the same room, and it's just a garbage movie with one single set. Like it's a movie that was made on a budget, and they said, "All right, well, we spent our money on Nick Cage. Nick Cage, what is there anything you want to do? I don't want to talk in this movie. I would just want to wear my sunglasses and be cool and like beat up shit. Just beat up everything. I want to be a badass." And at the start of the movie, rent me out a Dodge Challenger because those are cool. Oh, those are cool cars. Sorry, my Nick Cage sounds like a bad version of George W. Bush, but
you need to. Well, you know, we have to remember why Nick Cage is making such terrible films.
To pay for his castle.
You pay for the castle and the fucking crimes he's committed.
The IRS came in and took all the stuff and said, "Well, you got to still pay us back if you don't want to go to jail." So he has to do a certain number of movies to keep the IRS off his back.
So like all the fucking features out there that have Nick Cage in the last 10 or 12 years, like there's a version of some Christian novel series, and they made the first book into a movie with Nick Cage.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Nowhere.
I don't know what it was called, but a Nick Cage Christian movie, and it's bad.
Well, what I don't know on the.
I'm not saying
Go ahead.
all Christian movies are bad. I'm not saying all Christian movies are bad.
Hey, Ben-Hur is still an awesome film.
Is that? I mean, I guess it's a Christian movie.
It's more of a historical film, I think, but it's a good
it's a historical fiction kind of thing. But Ben-Hur, but I mean, come on, Ben-Hur is just classic, especially when you get the. You know, I don't think there's any better chariot scene anywhere I've ever seen than the original Ben-Hur.
Gladiator tried, and it sucked compared to that.
Oh wow! He named one of his kids after Superman.
Yes. Nick Cage is certifiably crazy. One of his children is named after Kal-El.
Kal-El. Then Instant August.
Hey, better than Moon Unit. Let's not forget. You know who did that? And Dweezil.
Who lets him name his children?
Dweezil and Moon Unit. Just remember those. And who did that?
Zappa kids. Oh my god.
Yeah. Frank Zappa.
What killed Nicolas Cage for me was Ghost Rider.
That was so early. That was an innocent movie with Eva Longoria. How could you not like?
Listen,
how could you not like Ghost Rider?
I've never been an Elvis fan. I don't like Elvis. I never enjoyed watching his movies. Never enjoyed his music. Then Marvel presents Ghost Rider, bringing hell to the theater. Jay Williams, I'm gonna play Elvis, and I'm like, fuck my life.
Well, you know what? Connell needs to watch Bubba Hotep.
Oh God.
That doesn't bother me. That is Bruce Campbell.
It is Bruce Campbell. Did you actually watch it?
I will forgive Bruce Campbell for damn near anything.
Well, I loved it with the whole thing. It's like, but you're black. They dyed me this color. I'm really Robert. I'm JFK.
I'm a dude playing another. You're a dude playing another dude who's playing the dude, or whatever that line from.
You fucked it up again.
So years ago, I guess it was 2004 or something. I went out, or maybe it was 2003. I went out, and my friends went out to Austin, and we saw Comic Strippers, which was improvisational comedy with strippers. And yes, they did strip, and it was one of the worst shows I've ever seen in my life. The heckler was
At
funny.
least good looking.
They were so. I was not. I'm like, well, you might make a lot of money, but you're not like the high class. But here's what got me is it was packed, and I learned one thing with improvisational comedy: you still need to have structure, and you need to give them enough structure that they can fill in the space in between. If you give them no structure, it falls apart. And then I met a lady later, but so we saw that, and we saw Bubba Hotep, and that was the highlight of that December.
What movie was that? Ted? Yeah. Have you guys any of you guys seen the movie Ted?
I do with the bear.
The bear, yeah.
No.
No?
I don't watch movies that much.
So
Okay.
that's fine. That's cool. And I get that. But when you're sitting and talking about the type of comedy,
True romance. Sorry, I had to go mention that.
True
Sorry.
romance got me in trouble. That's the other thing that got me in trouble this weekend. This past weekend.
Wait, how did True Romance get you in trouble? Did you talk about the Moors when they invaded Italy?
I had this guy sitting next to me. He thought he was he was a really good fighter. I'm not going to say he is, but he thought he dressed up as a Roman. He's a proud Sicilian, just like, I'm like, so do you like history? And he's like, yeah. And I'm
going to say something. Anyone that thinks Sicilians are Roman is a bitch. They're Greek, damn it.
I tried to explain that to him as well.
They pretty much are.
People forget that, if you look at Syracuse and all those others that are down there, like, look, you understand that Archimedes is Greek. And where was he? Yeah, I mean, I always have to laugh at that. Yes, the Romans conquered them, but they also conquered Greece. But
the moral of the story is don't let Connell have like 12-pack of Yingling by himself.
Well, you know what, Connell? Just because you go to those shows, that's up to you. We're just asking you to don't dress up.
I got in trouble for that. I got in trouble for saying, I think that guy might be on spectrum. Apparently, you can't say that.
Why? You know what? Who the hell cares? Be honest. You know what gets me about it is they're like, "Oh my God, you're insulting." Now I'm just specifying what's going on. Most of us are some way or shape or form.
But guys, I gotta be honest with you. I'm a bit retarded.
Wait. Is that Joe Biden?
No, that's Alex Jones.
Oh,
let me clear my throat. Hold on.
Yeah, talk about the frogs.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm a little bit retarded.
I love Alex Jones. When Alex Jones, I can't watch InfoWars because it's too much. But when he's on other people's stuff, he's hilarious. Watch, especially when he went off about the aborted babies being used for medicine and how they're trying to do all this stuff. And they said that's not true. And then I looked at what they're putting in the vaccine. I'm like, yes, it is.
Yep.
I found the contract that they had with the University of Pittsburgh. Up to this what gets me, up to 42 weeks, and 50% of them have to be minority babies. That's what the contract said. And I said, wait a minute, children are born at 40 weeks. Why are you encouraging them to get abortions at 42? And yep. So eugenics is still alive and well with the CDC and the National Institutes of Health.
That was
Chris, what was the panel reviewed study that came out that said if you had the COVID shot, if you had the COVID vaccine, there's a very good chance that
you're more likely
to get COVID again.
Where
So
was that at?
Wait, you're more likely what?
You're more likely to receive COVID, to catch COVID multiple times after you get the first vaccine.
Than if you never took it.
yes, so there's that one. I wish I could do it. I don't have the book. I have the audio book. I have The Real Dr. Fauci by RFK Jr. And he goes through that, talking about the vaccines and how they were badly tested. And he was talking about, you know, that they said it was 100% effective. Do you know what they based that off of? Was that one person died in the, two people died in the placebo, and one person died in the, with the experimental vaccine. And they said, well, obviously, 2 is more than 1, so that's 100%. And so it's 100% effective, knowing that people didn't understand what it was actually talking about. The chicanery that they used to get that vaccine through is just mind-boggling. And speaking of which, one of my friends, one of my friends, every time he became lactose intolerant, and so he kept getting the shot. He says, well, I feel like I'm recovering, so I keep taking the shot. Like, do you actually look? Shouldn't that tell you something? If you start recovering from being lactose intolerant, then every time you take the shot, you become more lactose intolerant. Maybe that should tell you stop taking the shot. Yeah,
that's a weird side effect.
It wasn't unusual. I've met 3 or 4 people that's happened to.
I got the 2 shots and I got the booster shot. I got COVID once. I think it was COVID. I didn't get tested. I just stayed away from people for 2 weeks. I had a mini vacation in my apartment. It was nice. People brought me food. They left it at my front door. I was taken care of.
It sounds like your stray cat.
It kind of was. I'll give you that. Then, 2 weeks later, I'm like, okay. I went out public. Never got tested or anything. But I just felt really shitty for a while.
What gets me about it is this. We're talking about the $1.5 million they're offering this guy. When Joe Rogan interviewed him, just Joe Rogan, without him debating Robert Kennedy, he said, why don't you guys recommend nutrition, like vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, all the stuff. He said, why aren't you recommending vitamins? And the guy's like, well, and then they talk about his food, and you can just look at it as like, the guy only believes in vaccines and doesn't believe in other things to make yourself healthy. And I'm not against vaccines if they work. I'm against whenever they use shoddy science to push them through.
Or a cult.
I don't know. I don't know. It was like, I'm trying to not watch the news as much as I can.
Smart move.
I can't seem to escape it in certain aspects of my life right now. And I keep promoting Junior as next president because that's where, I'm lining my ducks at. Then somebody shoots me this video where he was saying, I don't think children should get vaccinated after birth.
I agree with that. You shouldn't be getting a hepatitis shot the day of your birth. It doesn't even do any good for you. That's what gets me about it, is you don't even begin to form antibodies until a certain number of months. And no one showed me the test that says why you should be getting this. It's not that I'm an anti-vaccine. It needs to make sense. Why I got mad because I gave my son the hepatitis shot immediately after he's born. I said, hold on here. His mother doesn't have hepatitis. I don't have hepatitis. Why is my son getting the hepatitis shot?
Is he going to expose himself to fecal matter? Is he going to go dive into a fucking grease trap at a Taco Cabana?
Well,
no. So why
Maggie,
is he fucking hepatitis shot?
Other than them taking Maggie's blood when she was born.
Yeah.
My ex-wife said no to all vaccines for the first 3 months.
Yeah. But I mean,
she has two kids already. I think she knows what she's doing. I'm going along with this thought processing because first-time dad, and I barely know my head from a hole in the ground at that point.
Well, see, I didn't realize they did it until they already gave him the shot, and that pissed me off. And I was doing it for doctors it's protecting. You have to show that they can form antibodies during that time, and they can't even form the antibodies. And the time he's most at risk is when he's there in the hospital. They don't form the antibodies in 2 days, so it's not like hepatitis does any good anyway. That's why I got so mad at it. They're doing it because
there's a polio vaccine. I don't know. It's
None
forever
of I'm
ago.
talking about when they're first born, they give a shot.
Right.
Yeah, and there's certain things out there that, like he was talking about the rotavirus. And again, I also read the book Rabbit. So there's two different things. I'm not against vaccines. I don't want to find out that a vaccine causes more injuries than the number of lives it saves, like 10-1. And some of the stuff that they're talking about, like, did anyone ever watch The Constant Gardener?
I've heard of it, but I've not watched it.
So The Constant
Good.
Gardener, the basic premise is that they're testing experimental drugs on kids in Africa, which is what they actually do. Thank you, Bill Gates, for doing this stuff. Some of these drugs sterilize the kids. The kids are not given options for it. They are forced to do certain things. Oh, I mean, just the stuff that they were doing to some of the kids in there. The parents were getting mad. They test it. But like I think it was the rotavirus or something. They put it on the list to get it out there. They said it might save 20 children a year, but the number of injuries from the vaccine are like 100 times more than the number of kids that actually. It's one of these. And you're just like, how do they even allow this? And the reason is it's all about money. Because if you can get a vaccine and you can give it to kids, you have zero liability if you get injured. Zero. And I said, well, wait a minute. Would you want to take a drug where you have zero liability for? And that includes, and here's the other thing, that includes even if they screw up the manufacturing process. So if you get a bad batch, you still can't sue them.
AstraZeneca enters the chat.
Yes. I mean, that's where it gets so corrupt, and then they say, well, you should trust them. I said, well, wait a minute. Didn't Johnson & Johnson try hiding the fact among black women to tell them to keep using talcum powder up to the point that they still got huge amounts of cancer that they knew about for 30 years? I mean, yeah. Let me go trust Pfizer, which, by the way, got fined for doing a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah. It's one of these things that I said, I don't mind it if there's evidence, but apparently they don't want to use old things. Like the whole reason that they got against ivermectin hydrochloroquine is because it wasn't under patent. That's why they maligned it. I said, wait, I'm going to use that for my next doctor. How did you treat your patients? And, our hospitals, which I just love, they gave this sick emphasis for, well, we don't want you to actually treat the person until they come in, until they're inpatient. I'm like, how would you like to, what, we're not going to treat you until that. And the amounts of money, I said, why would I trust a doctor that's not going to try treating me immediately when I have the best effect? And instead of going to say, you know what, we're not going to treat you until you have to go into a hospital bed and we're going to put a ventilator, which, by the way, ventilators were killing more people, by my understanding, than not having the ventilator. That's the weird thing that was going on there.
Yeah. But so I'm really interested in this.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a bolt. I got to get up early in the morning.
All right. Sorry about that. You have a good night.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I'm like, I want to keep going, but damn it. All right, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, Chris, take care of yourself, bud. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, play that video if you get the chance that I sent on Tearing Killed.
Okay.
All right. Later.
Night, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into some of it, but my faith in the medical establishment has been so shot because of, and maybe that's a good thing, because of COVID, and also my personal experience with tendonitis. Like, look, I've come in here twice before with the same issues. It's not a broken foot. Here, let's take another X-ray.
Yeah. Oh, so I was watching. I don't know. I stayed for the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Her team lost by 8 points.
Which game is it?
I was at a softball. I was at a softball game earlier when I jumped on.
You didn't get into a fight with the husband, did you?
No, I gave him the finger though.
It was run by fluting.
Yeah, quite literally. Hey, Dustin, what?
So, speaking of which, at some point, if I ever have money, Bruce, I'll have to see if you can paint me a bunch of miniatures. I've got Kingdom Death coming at some point, and I need someone to paint them.
I've heard that's a good game. I've heard it's a good game.
It's
Nerd Joker.
interesting. It's an interesting game with the AI deck. And you can play it solo, so that helps. But it's a weird, creepy thing. He has this thing about hands, so all of the monsters have hands in weird areas. But the miniatures are gorgeous. The miniatures are both grotesque and gorgeous at the same time. So.
And we get right back to the beginning of the video.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to go off on the whole thing there. So, yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm
We're
saying
gonna
we started
probably
on
wrap
miniatures.
We're probably going to wrap up here in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good. I
Omel,
got stuff I got to get in here soon anyway.
the Crafting Gamer, you've been putting up Robotech vids here as of late, haven't you?
Yes, I'll be finishing here soon. I don't know
So-
exactly how many, but sorry.
So that was the first introduction I had to Palladium, and I really enjoyed it. But they kept adding more and more NDC in there up to the point that I had to tap out. And by the time Risk came out, I'm like, I'm done. But what is your favorite book of the original Palladium Robotech?
I haven't read through them all yet.
Okay.
But I have to say, the one that I want to play with the most would be Ghost Ship.
Okay. That was.
So
that
I
was
actually
the-
read that.
That was the adventure, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Got a question for you guys. We're all, of a certain age bracket. If you only get 2 games from the original Nintendo,
I never played Nintendo.
Bruce?
I did.
I played on the Nintendo.
All right, these are the options. Mega Man, Castlevania, Double Dragon, Excited Bike, Metroid, Punch Out, the original Mario, Super Bowl, Tetris,
Tecmo Bowl?
Tetris, Super Mario Bros. 3, and the Arcade Ninja Turtles game. Which of the 2 would you pick?
I'm going to ask you a quick question. Was Archon ever on the Nintendo?
No, I don't think so.
Damn it. Archon was one of my favorite games.
That was a Commodore 64, Amstrad, MSX, and Atari 800 and Apple game.
I loved Archon. You got to basically play chess, and then you got to go into
Actual
a
war.
combat arena.
I would say Mario 3 and Metroid, and David Guile and I are a lot alike on that aspect. That is a Metroid. The original Metroid was like the sci-fi exploration game that just it blew your mind playing it. And then Super Mario 3 is just a great fucking game.
Let's start the first 5 again.
In order, it's Castlevania, Double Dragons, Excite Bike, Metroid, however you fucking say that, and Punch Out.
Metroid and Castlevania.
Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, was a lot of fun.
I didn't like the arcade game on NES.
Oh, it's for original Nintendo.
Yeah, I didn't like the Turtles on Nintendo Entertainment System at all. Super Nintendo, fine. I'll play it. Turtles in Time was good. Was great. Part 3, I think, was their best.
Super Mario Brothers 3 is yes. That's a solid yes. As much as I like the Ninja Turtles, I really enjoyed Punch Out.
I remember Punch Out for the arcade. Castlevania, I think I played. I think what other ones.
Just so you know, I picked 2 games I never played.
Which were
Metroid and Castlevania. I picked them because I actually want to play them.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to mention the, when you're talking about. Sorry, I was trying to get the Robotech thing there. I haven't watched your videos, no offense, but I remember when trying to hunt down the Sentinels book for like a year or 2 when I found out it was going to come out. I was like, oh, it's going to be awesome. This is going to be great. And I liked some of the ideas with it, but it just kind of got ridiculous. The Amazons, stuff like that. And I read all of the books that came out. You know, the little novels for that, and that was kind of interesting. So, what's your favorite Veritech?
I've never played that game.
For a tabletop role-playing game, man, all my friends wanted to play that because the cartoon was still running. They're like, oh, this is the greatest ever.
Like I said, I didn't get into RPG games until after college.
Yeah. Well, all
I
my
have to
friends
say
wanted
the most basic. But I have to say the most basic Veritech. It has the most versatility.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah. All right.
Can we steal Zentradi?
version was weird.
Can we steal Zentradi vehicles or no?
Oh, I like the females in Zentradi battle pods. Or
Yes.
whatever.
Granted, there was
I'm actually planning at some point having a live play where I invite people in, like Bruce did here, just to play pre-generated characters for a little while. One of them, by rolling, happens to be a female Zentradi officer.
Yeah, the females were so much more kick-ass than the males were in there. They got much better.
Oh yeah.
Females
with it, if you read the book from best I could tell, in the social ranking, male and female don't really matter because they're kept separate. On the battlefield, pretty much is the same. But when it comes to how the females are structured to the males could kick almost any male's ass. But the males were given bigger guns, basically.
So
between the two, I think I'd rather play with females.
Well, here's the thing: is all the females I thought were officers was one of them. All the females were officers.
Yes, that is true.
And they all have higher dexterity. That was the big thing. They all have higher dexterity, which is, to be fair, in Palladium, that's like the super stat of the game was dexterity.
And I never liked that. It's like, oh well, if you get this one stat, you get a crap ton of bonuses. In the game I'm working on, I actually break them up into 3 different stats, so you don't just like instant powerhouse if you get one good stat.
Well, I don't mind it. The problem that I have with it is in certain cases is it should not be as dominating as it is. Just because you're fast, but also the female battle, their battle suit armor, it was more heavily armored. It had more missiles. I mean, it was just better overall. That said, Britai was still my favorite character in the entire series, especially when he barehanded with a pole, he basically beats 3 Veritech fighters. that was great for the cartoon. But
I got to see about getting copies of that because I keep hearing about how good it is.
You can still you can tell it's kind of hokey in certain areas, but when you have to compare it to all the other cartoons that came out, you're like, this is miles ahead of the other stuff.
I think I remember the cartoon. It was an 80s cartoon, I take it.
Yeah, it was what set off the anime craze in the United States.
See, I figured that'd been like, I don't know, He-Man, Thundercats.
The toys did that,
well,
but
those were real anime. Those were real cartoons. We're talking about Japanese animes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Star Blazers was another one that I loved. Tried watching, but yeah,
Star Blazers. Is that the cowboy one?
No, you're thinking Cowboy Bebop.
Galaxy Rangers.
Oh, Galaxy Rangers. Okay.
See,
that was a friend of mine's got that on his Plex server, so I've been watching through that. Fucking Jerry Orbach's got the lead role in that show.
So I'm going to ask, which is if I'm going to sit down and watch, which one would be best for role playing of the anime that I should be watching? Because my friend would watch anime and like, look, this is just crap. I don't care about a cooking show in anime.
I've seen a boxing anime, and it was interesting.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The Ghost in the Shell series to me is probably one of the best, both animation wise and story wise.
Ghost in the Shell go through. You could probably use Traveler for Ghost in the Shell.
Ghost in the Shell would be Cyberpunk, Shadowrun.
Yeah.
The magic. I mean, it. You know, especially the end when they decide that they want to retire the Section 9 when they have all the missiles and stuff. That's when it's. I was like, holy hell! that is some awesome fighting in there. But yeah, it's like, oh, okay.
Actually, anime.
I keep hearing about the Lotus War, but I haven't watched it. And they said only watch that. Do not watch that in English because the dubs are so bad.
Yeah, the dubs for that are horrible. If you want to watch a really bad dub, I'm going to recommend you watch Backstroke of the West, which is Empire. No, it's Episode 3, the Star Wars prequels. But they took the English version and dubbed it to Chinese, then they dubbed it back to English. And so, like, you're getting the worst possible translation with your Star Wars movie. It's the most fun I've ever had with Star Wars. And I watched the Rift Tracks version of the holiday special.
You know, speaking of stuff, these old cartoons or anime, I was, Crafty Gamer brought up earlier that we should do a cartoon one. I would love to review, because we have Jack on the show.
Fire and Ice.
That could be your pick. I have two in my mind. South Park, the movie.
Yeah, that's
one.
Jack, I like Jack a lot, but I don't want him to see that yet.
Yeah.
I know. Trust me. I always keep it in mind when I pick my movies. Or Song of the South.
Song of the South you can't even find anymore.
I found it on YouTube.
Yeah, because Disney tries taking those down as fast as possible.
I'm just saying.
Well, no, but Fire and Ice, you can watch that on YouTube. Usually, that one's interesting. But man, I remember going in 1984, coming back, and I was like, "Oh my God, there's blood! This is so cool in a cartoon." Now, if you're gonna do the cartoon, why don't we do Lord of the Rings or Return of the King? Those with the old rotoscope.
I'll have to talk to Shadow, but there's a part of me that I'm pretty sure he's already watching South Park.
Well, it doesn't matter. This is why whenever I hear stuff about, get a little political, when Hillary Clinton was talking about things, I'm like, why would I want you? You were freaking out over hot coffee on Grand Theft Auto, was it 3 or 4? I can't remember. Do you remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
The hot coffee, and then she was also the one screaming about, "Oh my God, South Park's a movie. We can't allow children to go into the movie because it's rated R and blah blah blah." And I went, really, lady? This is And I give you note. I'm like, get real. It's a cartoon. It's yes,
Hey,
it's
Connell.
adult. What's up?
Yeah.
Shit, cocksucker, motherfucker, Barbra Streisand.
Oh, wait a minute. You got to go do the 360 spin as the lightning shoots out of his hands.
Yeah.
Look, it was
my
funny.
daughter's turning 13 this year. And we will get, she's turning 13. And the whole, me, shut up, you fat, we'll sit there and do that back and forth to each other, almost the entire. And my ex-wife's like, "What's wrong with you two?" I'm like,
I'm trying to think of what other good cartoons are out there. If you're gonna do Disney, why don't you do Sword in the Stone?
No, I'd rather do the Black
Cauldron. Come on.
The Black Cauldron.
Yeah, that's a good one. That one's rough.
The Black Cauldron. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
That one's rough.
What are some other good animated movies out there?
Wizards.
You can do not just Wizards, but there's also the He-Man She-Ra film from 1987. 1986. The sword, the power of the sword, I guess.
Yeah.
Where He-Man discovers Hordak and his sister. And then you have Fire and Ice from 1984, which is a Frazetta movie. You have 1981's Heavy Metal, which has probably one of the best soundtracks of all time.
I think Heavy Metal would be a kind of.
I got stuff I got to do, guys. And if
All right, see you later,
going,
Coffee Gamer.
guys,
Sorry for
Take care, my friend.
That's okay.
Hey, I'm gonna put your in the chat here.
You're
Okay.
from Gully.
I'm trying.
Oh,
Yeah.
before I go, I should probably show my channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, show your channel.
For everybody watching, I am covering Robotech currently. I will be covering within the next, I'll say month or two, because I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. I'll be covering the second book in the Robotech series because I'm almost done with the first one. And from there, probably further down the Robotech series. Hope
You
you'll
should be
join me
doing the
there.
Sentinels.
Good night.
The Sentinels. You should be reading that. Anyway, have a good. See you later.
Well, it's in my collection somewhere, so it will get done.
All right. Good. Good.
Good night.
Night.
Hi, buddy. Oh
I'm
my
trying
god, the He-Man Christmas special. That has so many good memes in it.
Wait.
Oh.
Hey. If we're gonna be doing this, let's not forget Dexter's Lab Ego Trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, the secret name I enjoyed. But hey, have you ever seen the Dexter's Lab Ego Trip?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
No.
It's basically where Dexter gets to go into the future and see his future self in 3 different versions. And like the middle-aged version, he's like super buff, you know. Yes, it's pretty funny. What it gets me is I don't know why in the world I can't find it anywhere in like Cartoon Network or anything.
I do know between Guilty Pleasure and our Christmas special, I am going to fit in Cocaine Bear.
Okay.
And Violent Nights. Violent Nights is a Christmas movie. They put the spirit of Christmas back into me.
You know what? If you're going to be doing that, I can just imagine you also doing the Christmas specials for Futurama with Santa. Hey, and Zoidberg.
Show, damn it.
And Zoidberg, you get this pogo stick. It's just trying to kill everybody else.
Oh my God. Fritz the Cat. I saw that as a kid, and I'm like, wow, I think this might be a little bit too grown up. Even
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I saw that as a teenager. I'm thinking, oh.
Yeah, we watched some of those. Some of the stuff I was like, I'm trying to think of good movies that don't get people angry.
Oh,
I was like, well, you know,
Next Sunday, I'm going to be hosting a little party in my Discord at about 7 o'clock. Next Sunday, we're going to be watching The Gamers Part 2 Darkness Rising with Janet from Another Planet.
I'll probably be there for that.
Oh,
what?
What about did you also watch Knights of Badassery?
Not yet.
Okay.
I haven't heard a whole lot of great about that, but the movie, the Darkness Rising, that's just one. You've got a lot of shit in there that has carried into modern gaming, like the Super Horny Bard, and then you have Janet, she is basically reenacting unwillingly, not knowingly. She's Joanna in this campaign. She is the new player who's developed a fondness for the rules, is finding her place in the party, likes the game, likes the people in it, and is really enjoying herself. And she's there for the story, which it kind of pisses off some of my other players.
Well, this is where that's why I don't like level-based systems, because there's that huge power jump every time you gain a level. So it encourages players to do that, then really get into the world and the story.
Oh, she's really into the character. She just sometimes though she is a hot take machine. You gotta, you know.
Between Janet and myself, I'm surprised that I'm still on YouTube. That's all I can say. I like last game, like 45 minutes in, I dropped an N-bomb. And I'm like, wow, oh shit.
Wait, I get
Wait. You called someone a nerf herder?
Yeah. We were in game, and one of my players said something that kind of pissed me off, and I'm like, bah. And I'm like, I'm kind of sorry, but not really, because I'm from Illinois, and like I used to live in the same real estate that fucking Richard Pryor lived in. So deal with it. You know,
Well, I wonder if you'll get banned for claiming that you're cheap if you use a different word for that same thing.
Mazel tov.
Yes.
What? Congratulations. That's all I said.
No, I think Bruce knows what I'm referring to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if Cottle knows what I'm referring to for the word
yeah.
for being very cheap.
Yeah, that's why I said mazel tov.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised that I still have my channel, and I might not have a channel whenever somebody starts to look at it and they start getting, complaints from Reddit or whatever. I don't give a shit. Go ahead, take it down. It's got 13 years of stuff on it, and that sucks. But I mean, if you guys are going to claim community guidelines, me as a veteran, I'm just going to say community guidelines don't help out people that have been places and done things, and we kind of have gotten seasoned. And so little stupid fucking garrison commanders don't really impress us, and neither does community guidelines. So fuck them.
Well, and I have to laugh because a little side note, Major Music's like, well, you just tax them. I said, no offense. If you're 7th level and above, there's not much the king can do to you.
Yeah, there really isn't.
At that point, they're just like, hey, could you help me out over here? But I think that's the thing that people forget about for level-based systems.
I always put my kings, if I'm doing the kings, they're epic level. I always have the kings and their knights for anywhere from like 16 up.
Oh, see, the old D&D, the rulers were generally 9th or 10th just so they wouldn't be one-shotted.
I get that, but I want these guys to be the ones that give the players at 10th, even at 13th level, little pause. Because the moment you have a player who thinks he can jank the show, he's going to go for it. So if the king is epic level beyond approach and his knights are not that far behind him, it's like, oh, fuck. And that's kind of...
No, I understand, and I understand where that's coming from. The problem that I have is like, then why did the players go out to solve this? You got a knight that can do it all by himself.
Just go out with his adventuring party and fix it.
Well, I kind of figure it's like, most things. You have the boss, then you got his, people underneath him, and all the shit just rolls downhill.
I know.
Knights give it off to somebody else, then the squires give it off to somebody else, then there's you.
See, I'm gonna have a pro gamer moment, and I'm gonna say thank you for bringing this up, Omanal. But what I do when players start getting too much money is I introduce the opportunity to do things like, oh, you find a castle, or the king gives you a deed to a structure. It's yours as a base of operations, and then like nickel and dime them to fucking heavens for like permits, land grants. Give them like the opportunity to there's this new fabric that the royal tailor has made, and being that you're the most outlying representative of the king and his majesty, you may want to get the same carpet installed in here that the king has in his palace. It will only cost you 13,000 gold.
Tom Hanks to you.
I gotta say something here because you brought it up. Look, your carpets have to match the drapes, okay?
Oh, the drapes are an additional 8,000 gold.
Yep. Well, you know what though? And people forget about this. That's actually how things worked out. But see, I don't mind that. The old D&D, that's what it was supposed to happen. Is you were supposed to like waste all your money on building up your castle.
Yep.
And just because it took 4 times for one of because the first 2 sunk and then one of them burned down, fell over, then sank, but the 4th one stayed up. So
yeah, your castle, it's in the middle of a swamp. You may have it if you so choose. Yes. And the player's like, what do you mean it's in the swamp? Well, no, it's about 3 foot sunken in the ground. It was poorly engineered, but it's yours, and the king expects you to maintain it. So I love doing shit like that to the players and making them have to either figure out or magically engineer ideas to where things balance out, which is where having a friend like Chimerian is great, because Chimerian will go to work and stew on a problem all day. And by the time he comes back from home, he's going to have this recipe list of magic spells to help stabilize the foundation, elevate it up 5 feet to where it's not below water line, not having mold problems, and then go room to room casting these spells in this order to clean up and to make sure you don't have any health hazards within your now communal living quarters. And by the way, taxes are due at the end of the month. Don't forget.
Yeah. Well, my whole thing is, you building that castle are your taxes. Yeah. By the way, you just have to send a certain number of knights out, so you got to collect them. No, I mean, that's where it comes down to domain play, and that's the thing I think that sadly, 5th edition is lacking overall. Is even thinking about going that level. That it used to be that was a big factor in 1st edition. Was you wanted domain? It's clear, what was it? 30. I forgot how big. If you clear this area, you attract a certain number of
You get the Lord level.
Yeah, I was like, 9th level was like, oh, you made it. And then the idea was kind of like, okay, you're going to be doing your domain level stuff, and then you're going to start a new character that's going to be a lower level and work their way up, and go up from there. And it's like, yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, 5th edition just, and I'm not even saying that you can't do it. It just doesn't seem to encourage that kind of gameplay anymore.
No, it doesn't.
And that's the problem that I have with some of D&D. As much as I love Conan, they brought out the book Exiles, and it talks about how you start from like a farmstead, so until the point that you can start building up everything else. So I was like, yeah, that's the kind of game I want. Okay, guys, we start off with a little farmstead. We're at the edge of the border, and then we're going to start clear cutting. We're going to do this. Then we have to make trees with the dryads and the elves, and then the elves are having problems with the orcs. So then we go fight the orcs, and then we go through here, and then we after a while, we have, people are willing to pay us because they know that we'll protect them, and so they pay their taxes.
That's the cartoon movie I need to make Jack watch. Transformers.
Oh yes, let's not forget. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm listening to you talk. I'm like, it's just Transformers, the 1980 whatever fucking popped in my head.
Yep,
86. Spoilers. Prime, was it? Most of the original cast when the cartoon dies.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, so they could get rid of all the metal die-cast stuff, and then they could turn it all to plastic. That was the reason they brought out that movie. I was like, no, the original Transformers with that hard metal die-cast were awesome. But they did, they got away from doing that, and then all the Transformers after that were the cheap plastic crap. I was like, oh man.
Were you a Transformer fan there, Bruce?
I had Soundwave, and I had one of the kick jumpers. The guys, you pull back, and then they would let them go, and their flywheel would get them going, and they'd kick up onto their feet. And I had one that I knew exactly how to roll him back and how to let him go, where to let him go. And whenever he would do his somersault flip, I could catch him off the edge of the desk and then pretend he was flying off into space. But that was I can't remember the name of that guy. He was not even into cartoon. They had more Transformer toys than characters in the cartoon, I thought.
I think they kept adding them. I still remember, I liked the old Starscream and stuff like that. I didn't really like the character, but I liked the Transformer itself. What was it? The Constructicons.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool because you could actually use them as, like Tonka toys. Then you could build them into a big one giant, robot. Yeah. That was pretty smart of them to do it for that. And they were, that's why when I look at Tonka trucks, I'm like, how can you not have the die-cast Tonka truck anymore?
Transformers, the cartoon, by the time the cartoon started and by time that ended, it was like 86, 87. It was completely, completely missed it. By 87, I was like 4 years old, and that was not the cartoon that was catching my interest.
That was Fritz the Cat again.
At that age, no.
I'm just teasing you there, Connell.
It was probably something European. I just can't remember what.
Oh, what was it? Belle and Sebastian.
No.
Danger Mouse.
Danger Mouse. Danger Mouse was definitely one of them. And the Dracula, Count Duck Dracula, whatever.
Yeah, Count Duckula or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Darkwing Knight. No, I mean, I'm trying to think of some good, speaking of which, we can call anime. What about, does that include some of the Pixar stuff?
What's the definition of anime?
Well, we talked about animated, stuff. Is that,
I mean, would Cool World be on that? Because that had both Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Oh, well, here's what gets me. You can't even buy Who Framed Roger Rabbit anymore because they keep fighting because Warner Brothers and Disney fight over the characters, and how much, what percentage they should get. And I went, so you get no money. Good job. Thanks, Warner Brothers and Disney. Fortunately, I do have somewhere I have the VCR tape of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I watched that I watched that like 40 times.
I
loved Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I would consider Cool World and Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
There's a sequel. Did you ever read the book?
Oh, what? Who Framed Roger Rabbit? I did not.
Yeah. Oh my God! Don't. Just don't.
Okay. It's almost 4 hours on the happy dinosaur month for everybody that loves dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs. I think dinosaurs are fucking awesome. If you look at the iFunny meme app, usually it's just a big yellow smiley face. But this month, for fucking dinosaur month, they've got a dinosaur chewing on the smiley face. It's great. Ooh, Predation by Shauna Germain.
What? Oma now has a book, a game about dinosaurs? No, never.
Well, come on. We've got to mention this one, and we've got to mention one more here. Let's not forget the last one, which is... No, that's the wrong one. All right.
Lost City?
Baron G-Rock's doing pretty good. Six Nations.
No, the last one right there, the Isle of Dread.
Yeah. The Isle of Dread.
With the
Dino Riders. I remember Dino Riders. It's the cartoon.
Yeah. Well, let's not forget I think they even have the drunken dino. Don't they have the drunken ankylosaur in this one? I know there's one of the drunken. It's these are great. I love dinosaurs. What's that?
Nothing. Me being cheeky.
I think that they have the deranged ankylosaurus. I'm sorry, that's what it was. The deranged ankylosaurus. We just don't do enough of this. The Dimetrodon peril, the Plesiosaur menace. Yes, they need more. Why in the world no one uses dinosaurs anymore? It just amazes me.
Because dinosaurs are racist? I don't know.
Yes,
I was told Father's Day was sexist. It should be Parents' Day.
We have Mother's Day and we have Father's Day. You're one or the other. Okay. If you have a problem with that, then you have a problem with science. I don't want to hear crap.
I took Maggie out to go see a movie. We catched a meal. She said, "Happy Father's Day, Dad." And some lady from across the way is like, "It's Parents' Day." I'm like, wait, what?
Well, then where does Mother's Day come into it? Yeah, it's like, no.
My daughter's like, just kind of gave me that look. Like, please, Dad, please. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
You have one or the other. I don't know why people get so mad. Well, it's gendered. Yes. What's wrong with that?
Well, Valentine's Day is Alcohol Awareness Day.
It's Singles Awareness Day at least.
Or was it Thanksgiving is where's the closest bar day?
I don't know. I for Valentine's Day, it's like, oh, thank God, I don't have to worry about buying some gift, and then you're going, well, I didn't quite want this.
Yeah, I can't stand that crap.
there's the time to date is generally the time not to date is anywhere between November and Valentine's Day. Anything after that's okay.
We call that cuffing season, sir. I recommend if you're single to stay single. You'll have a lot more sanity in your life, and that goes for both sexes.
All right.
All
All
right.
Since you're talking about Dinosaur Month, I got to bring my crap out.
Oh, I was going to shut the stream down, but
How dare you?
You can. We got dinosaurs and prehistoric life. We got the pterosaurs.
I recently was dating somebody that believed that dinosaurs did not exist and the Earth was flat.
And more the actual dinosaurs. And then let's not forget the Mesozoic reptiles. So we've got the whole thing that if players want to go to Lost World, I got it for you. Anyway, if you want to sit down the stream, that's fine, Bruce.
That's awesome. Those are some good books.
And the first, when dinosaurs, first there's oohs and ahs. Later they're screaming and dying.
Actually, so I went to Hungary and they had life-size dinosaurs. And one of them, I'm like, if you look very closely near its foot, you'll see my son. And he looks like he's this big, and the dinosaur's like this tall. Yeah, well, see that seems awesome. Whether it's John Wick 4 and eating a ton of barbecue, that's all you have to do. I don't require much for Father's Day. My son made me pancakes.
I just wanted a beer and a cigar.
Exactly. See, you're pretty cheap.
There's nothing wrong with being practical. Practical's so good.
Well, even a good cigar. What's a good cigar go for? Not a super expensive, but what, about $10 or $15?
You can get a decent cigar from $8 up. You can get decent.
Hey, Bruce. I will say this much. I felt kind of disappointed that you weren't painting dinosaurs.
I know. I need to be painting fire giants for this coming weekend, but
no, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I need more fire giants.
Are you putting them through G1 through 3? G3?
No, I'm actually running a mixture of things, but I'm borrowing the encounters, doubling the size, and taking the bones of the modules for the Iron Hand incursion or Iron Fang incursion, the Giant Slayer adventure path. So there's like 2 1st through 15th levels right there for normal party groups, but I've got a group of 9 people. And then I'm running them on slow for slow XP. And they're right about the right level where they need to be at. And then I've also got the 8 modules from 3.0 that I've converted to Pathfinder.
Okay.
The 8 beginner modules, which end with a big fucking dragon. So we'll see how all this works. See what I think they'll probably end up about level 18 when it's over with. But they are in for a lot of pain and suffering.
I'm going to ask you a quick question. You're using Pathfinder, what, 2nd edition?
First
edition. What level does that go up to? 30?
20.
20. Okay, I wasn't sure.
Actually, you can go up to 30. I think there's a book that goes for epic levels.
Called Mythic, but I don't use that so much.
Okay.
Mythic, if there's a way to gear them up to later levels, I definitely would do that. Just kick out the Mythic bullshit.
I would. After this campaign, I'm going to just start running my own system and start beta testing that and seeing how it works, see how everybody likes it. Pick up a subclass at level 3. At level 10, you do have another metamorphosis where your character kind of evolves or changes. But I like the idea of a 36 level game, and I really like that idea a lot.
I know what I'm going to be doing for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
At least you have that ready there.
So
hey, I'll sit down. Via the internet or via table. I'll sit down at any table that Bruce is running.
Well, good. That's a real compliment to Bruce.
Appreciate that there, Connell.
But he's one of the few people who put up with my ass.
It's not hard to deal with. We've got some people in the chat. RPG Grandma said we voted Godzilla versus Megalon for a combo movie to cover Father's Day, Pride Month, and Dino Month. And, that's a pretty good way to do it. If you want to know more, if you want to hang out and do more stuff, Thursday night we have Table Breakers where me and Connell host 4 other people, Baron G Rock, Shadow, and Jay
and Kai.
And the 6 of us will hang out and talk rules. I'm not certain what our topic is of discussion, but I really would like to have a BattleTech, because I don't know if you've been reading through Kai's musings, but he's been going hard in the paint on all this BattleTech stuff. And I kind of want to talk about MechWarrior and BattleTech here pretty soon, because I think that would be fantastic. And plus, I mean, it would get Kai ranting. That's a guarantee. He would start ranting about the various lore and how things just kind of went to shit with the edition change and all the things that a passionate gamer for a system would want to hear. So,
I got a new knife I'll show off Thursday.
Yeah.
And
then Saturday of this week we've got game. We're playing on Saturday.
Now, Connell, do you have enough room in your back for it?
Bag, new knife. What? Oh, my back.
Like you got to pull. Look, guys, I got another one.
No, it was a gift. It was a gift that I got from this past week. It's really cool.
That's very good. All right. Well, Bruce, I know that you need to go. I need to go as well. So you all have a good night.
Everybody in the chat, thank you for hanging out all this time. We've got just a handful left, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate the guys that were here before as well. And subscribe to DM James. Hang out with me, Kai, Connell on our various affiliate programs we do. Saturday's game day. Omanel, I think you're on with Shadow and them on Sundays, right?
Yeah, with Connell on Sundays. I go, Connell's channel there, and then we talk about different movies, and usually Jack tries to intend to get a really bad movie, which is what happens with Battle Wizards. We need to talk about it because you want to talk about a completely bad one. Martial arts monkeys, steel chicken legs, and lasers shooting from fingers. I mean, come on, you can't do any better than that for bad martial arts films.
That sounds like a martial arts version of The Man Who Saved the World.
Oh, I cannot wait to make him watch Cocaine Bear.
The problem is that you're making us suffer with him.
Hey, you only have him to blame.
Good night, everybody. We will be back very soon. And thank you for being here with us. We appreciate it.